Lobby Legends Spring Championship. I'm Raven, and joining me is Sottle. We'll be taking you through all of the action today and tomorrow as well. We've got a ton of Battlegrounds games coming up for you guys. Sottle, welcome. It's been a while, especially since I cast some Lobby Legends now, but are you ready for some Battlegrounds?
I like that intro. It's like, Raven, welcome Sottle to Battlegrounds, as if I'm the guest here. Like, Raven, the experienced hand at broadcasting Battlegrounds, of course, welcomes me to proceedings. I think that's very, very fitting. But yes, very excited to be getting back on with Battlegrounds. I'm sure players and viewers feel very much the same way. We made our debut for the year with Constructed a little while ago, switching over to switching disciplines now to some Battlegrounds, and great to be back with Lobby Legends, because I think this was a pretty big success last year in its debut season, and now here we are back again for some more action.
Yeah, and even though it has been a while, we can take a look at what the format's going to look like over the course of this weekend. Just to remind anyone, maybe it's been a little bit too long. What have we got coming up, Sal?
Yeah, so if you are familiar with what we did last year, it is very, very similar. But if you are watching Lobby Legends for the first time, here is a very brief overview of how this works. 16 players have qualified for this tournament through a mixture of being the top placers on the online ladder for their particular region, and then filling out the gaps with the highest MMR players of the rest who didn't make any of those positions. We split them up into two different lobbies of 8 players each. We play out 3 games in each of those lobbies. That's what you'll be watching today. 3 games in Lobby A, 3 games in Lobby B. The best performing players from each of those 2 groups then go through to tomorrow to fight it out in the final lobby of 8 players, where we will be entering Czech format, which will give you plenty more details on tomorrow. But it's a nice little way just to amp up the drama a little bit and make sure that the tournament actually ends on a climactic win, which is something that I'm a very big fan of.
Yeah, and across those games, one thing that is true of both days is going to be those point totals, starting at 7 points for first place finish and then going all the way down to 0, and those get added up across all of the games, of course, and then we see what the players are competing for, the prize pool itself. First place, a smooth $10,000 at the top there, and paying all the way down to all 16 players, so pretty exciting stuff, and that money, especially when you can move on through into the day 2 sort of scenario, does start to ramp up very, very quickly indeed. So definitely a lot to play for these players, and I do think that the competition is pretty ruthless at the moment. We've seen, as we will show you the groups in a minute, we see a lot of the players like returning players to Battlegrounds, and also with all the new effects we've had in Battlegrounds and all the new minions, the meta's still shifting, and what everyone's going to do is going to be pretty exciting to see.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting time to have a tournament, because it's enough time since the huge minion revamp has happened for players to at least feel like they have a rhythm. But because of the way it was trickled out, it does still feel like we're still adapting to a meta that has changed quite rapidly as each new minion type has been revealed. So there is a lot of stuff for these players to adapt to. One thing that has stayed the same, I know a lot of people enjoyed this last year, is the return of Tavern Buddy to Hearthstone Battlegrounds Lobby Legends. If you aren't familiar with this is a Twitch extension. You should see it popped up in the corner on the side somewhere if you are watching on Twitch, where we have 4 different little mini games that you can take part in to up the interactivity that you have with the stream. Starting with the most simple one, which is Fantasy Team, where you just straight up have to pick 3 players from each group today, and then you'll do the same thing tomorrow, picking 3 players from the finals group. Very, very simple. Pick the 3 players that you think are going to perform the best. The better those players do, the more points you get.
Yep, and then the next one is, for me, the spiciest one a lot of the time, whereas Puzzle Box is going to be a set of questions, basically, that have been asked for you to make predictions, and you have to choose whether these things will happen or whether they will not. And some of them are pretty tough, so I'm excited to see how we do in that one.
Yeah, Bandwagon, probably the most complex overall. Guess the winner based on the first 4 turns is the blurb we have here. So essentially, you can change your mind as often as you want within the first 4 turns. You have to have your choice locked in by the end of turn 4, and we'll try our best to remind you to do that during those first 4 turns. And each other. Crucially, though, the earlier you pick, if you are correct, the more points you get. You can change your mind as many times as you want, that doesn't matter. But if you lock in a pick on turn 1 and that is successful, you will get more points than if you made that same pick on turn 4. The earlier, the better.
And then finally we have Barrow's Blessing. At some point during a game, we will see a head-to-head matchup, so we'll see both players' screens, and you'll have to predict who you think is going to win, very much like the hero Barrow himself in the game. So this one's going to be a tough one. I think it's something that tests everyone who's played Battlegrounds kind of knowledge, because you do this pretty much every game and every round you play anyway. So this is going to be pretty interesting overall, because some of those calls, especially in this meta for me, Sottle, can be quite difficult, because some of the strategies are actually pretty misleading. It's not just about like a base stat or, oh, I can tell these outcomes are going to happen, right? Some of them have a lot of different intricacies during the fight.
Yeah, it's not about a base stat, it's about a base skill a lot of the time, which can really make a mess of who you think is going to be winning the fight. But here you go. Here's what we have with our initial puzzle box questions. You'll be able to fill these out as you go along as well, and you can see what me and Raven have gone for here. Although mine seem to have been entered incorrectly. This is absolutely not what I chose. So, Raven, you can go through yours, and then we'll see if I can get mine changed, because this is not what I submitted at all, but fine.
Yeah, so basically all you're going to pick here is yes or no, and will a player win a game with ETC? Hopefully ETC gets offered, but I do think it will be picked as one of the stronger heroes in the game, and I do think these players are good enough that they will make those buddies work. Next one is will a player win a game without reaching Tavern Tier 5? I really wanted to say yes on this one, because I think like the Tavern Tier 4, 3 and 4 is very strong in this meta, but I do think the players will just progress past, so we'll have to see how that one goes out. Then will a player score less than 4 points in their group? So when I said earlier first place gets 7, last place gets 0, this one's going to be spicy, because it'll be 3 games onwards, and then you can check out the rest on the Twitch extension, of course, and make sure you fill all those out, because those questions, it's the first time I've done these before, whilst casting, and it's actually really, really tough to just sit and think, well, hang on, well, this could happen, this couldn't, but what's more likely?
Yeah, really, really tough one, really interesting. I agreed with, I think, 4 out of 6 of Raven's answers. Oh, there we go, you can see it. So the ones where I differed on, I've gone with no on ETC. I do think ETC is potentially the best hero in the game, but just statistically, there is a percentage chance that ETC doesn't actually get offered to anyone during the game. There's a percentage chance that someone sees ETC and doesn't pick it, which I would find unusual, but there might be situations where they might just want like a more solid top 4 hero because of game state, right? Instead of more of a feast or famine kind of thing as ETC is. And there is the opportunity that you pick ETC and you still don't win, which can happen. So all of those things added up, I've gone for no. Other things we differ on is less than 4 points in their group. I think that's just me being generally sadistic. I think that'll be kind of funny if it happens. So here we are. I picked it. And then game lasting longer than 18 turns. This is the one I wasn't really sure on. But there's a part of me, there's 2 ways this tournament can go. Otherwise, people spiking really, really hard for Tavern 5, Tavern 6 win conditions and really blowing people up early. But there are actually a lot of very powerful, like Tavern 4 gaming kind of strategies that you can do, which defend for quite a long time. And if multiple players in a lobby choose to go for that kind of thing, we might just see a game stretch out quite a long time. So that's why I've differed on that one as well. But we shall see.
I'm a little bit upset at the bottom one. I feel like you should have been forced to go for yes on the last one. Will Sottle get every Barrow's Blessing pick correct? I feel like that was one Sottle should be forced into as a yes to give me some kind of advantage, because I feel like I need it. So yeah, this is going to be interesting, and again, let us know which ones you've picked, because those questions are pretty spicy indeed. And just for fun, we've added an extra challenge on top between Sottle and myself, and it will be pretty interesting, because it's based on when all of these scores are combined between me and Sottle. The loser has to do something, I would say, unfun, if you would agree, Sottle.
Yes, that's how we have it summed up at the moment. Deliver a speech about the winner using Hearthstone references. I think the spirit of it is that it should be glowing and complimentary and generally positive, not just writing a diss track about the other person, which I think we would.
I'll just call you a Murloc.
Yeah,
be like, done with it.
Which I think we'd both enjoy enormously. But a bit of fun to hear Raven say some nice things about me tomorrow. That'll make a change, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I am going for the not much to lose, because I think people expect me to lose and have to do it, but everything to gain, because we could immortalize Sottle writing a very complimentary speech about me, which I think would be pretty great. But that's enough about us two. Let's talk about the players we have on board for today, kicking it off, of course, with Group A. And I just can't wait to get into this, honestly, Sottle, because I think the players we have here are simply fantastic. There's a lot of returning faces, and once again, Japan just showing their domination overall.
Yeah, 4 out of 8 players, I think, in this group coming from Japan. Really one of the hotbeds of Battlegrounds, one of the hotbeds of Hearthstone in general, because they became a real force in Constructed as well, kind of over the same time period in the last couple of years.
With some of the same players.
With some of the, yeah, I mean, Alatemu, just what a hero, right? Absolute legend of the game in every format at this point. Special shout out to Penguin-san as well, former Lobby Legends winner, and I think now making his 5th appearance in Lobby Legends finals overall. So congratulations to him. Wonderful performance, but some pretty stacked roster in here overall.
Yeah, really, really impressive. I can't wait to get going. But we did mention this earlier. Of course, we are going into this tournament with its relatively fresh meta with a lot of new minions. And you can just see some of the key ones we think are going to create a huge impact in the tournament over the course of this weekend. Favorite for me will be that Scrap Scraper. I didn't really respect the power of this card until I started, forcing it to practice mechs. And I was like, wow, this actually just opens up the minion type.
Yeah, Tethys as well, filling the gap left by Hogar in terms of huge stat build, APM, economy-based pirate build, still scratching that itch for the players that like it. And of course, Rylak as well. Like, honestly, I would delay the start of the tournament by about 25 minutes if I started talking about everything you could do with this card. Hopefully we get to see it used to its full power level as things go on, and we can start to point out just some of the things that card can do, because it is endless.
Yeah, and I think we will for sure see that, because there's stuff I see all the time that I never even think about. We'll check out the fantasy picks as well. Sottle mentioned this earlier, of course, the fantasy picks being fairly straightforward. Pick players that you think will do well, and let's take a look. Do you want to take us through your picks, Sol?
No, because those aren't correct either.
Oh, okay. Well, mine are, so I'll go through mine.
Go ahead.
Sol's just trying to change his mind all the time. He's just scouting out, wants to do delayed changes. We'll see how that plays out. But again, we talked about Alatemu. One, not just a great, amazing Battlegrounds player, but just an all-time great Hearthstone player. So I couldn't not pick Alatemu there. And then we look at Matsuri and Beta Babbitt, just a couple of just super strong players, and I just think when you look at these three, it's difficult for me to imagine a world where at least 2 of them don't do incredibly well.
Yeah, so I have gone for Penguin, Waterloo, and Beta Babbitt. There you go, perfect. Fixed on the fly. Penguin, as I mentioned, just an incredibly good repeat performer. I have to put him on here. Waterloo, kind of the same deal. Waterloo is a former winner, and this is now 3rd Lobby Legends performance for them as well. Beta Babbitt, not quite that level of pedigree, but I think one of the players that we do know. If we're going to venture outside of Japan, Beta Babbitt is one of those players that we're like, okay, he really, really has a chance to make a huge impact on proceedings. So he's kind of my wild card pick, if you consider like a player from outside of Japan to be a wild card pick, which it kind of is at this point.
And that's the thing I'm looking forward to, just an extra thing to keep an eye on as we progress through the groups and through Sunday, of course, is just what Sunday's 8 are going to even look like, because that could just be just APAC domination, or just specifically Japan domination over there. So that could be really spicy indeed, because they just keep showing that they're just the best region right now. Yes, there are some fantastic European and of course America's players and so on, but it's just not as impressive as these Japanese players that just keep coming back, time after time after time. I think it shows just not only how well they can perform in a tournament setting, but just the grind, right? Like sort of the daily grind of just landing those top placements and point earnings on those Battlegrounds seasons, because it's so competitive. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and also, when I talk about repeat performances, last year especially, to get on camera, they had to go through a qualifying group a lot of the time. So they were all, these players that came up on stream over and over again were not only finishing on top of ladder consistently, they were then getting through a whole qualifying lobby very consistently as well to make it to this point. So fantastic level of consistency from a lot of these players.
And it looks like we are ready to
Let's go!
Let's go! Okay, so it's going to be the first game of Lobby A, so I'll take me through some of the highlights.
Oh no!
Let's
stay
go!
away! Stay away! Stay away!
Penguin,
no.
I don't want you to qualify for the fantasy picks, but I do want you to win this specific game, okay? Do me a favor.
Oh yeah, hang on, we're already torn, right? Because I want Penguin-san to win because fantasy team predictions. I don't want Penguin-san to win because it'd ruin my puzzle
yes.
box. Okay, well, on this note, remember it is now currently turn 1. If you want maximum bandwagon picks, you want to get your bandwagon choice in this turn before the end of turn 1. You have 19 seconds to do so for maximum picks.
Already locked mine in. I am good to go. But yeah, looking at some of these as well, we'll take a look at what's even in the minion types on offer as well. We can see the Quill Boars in there just for a start, as well as Pirates and Mechs. I will say, Mechs have
Ooh.
been really impressing me lately, Sol.
Yeah, mechs, I would say, I thought there was a lot of work. When I saw how much magnetic synergy, how much mechs leaned into magnetics in this minion remix, I thought there was a lot of work to do because magnetic kind of has this inherent downside of it's a buff you can't sell. So essentially, they each cost 1 more gold, right? Because you buy a mug or a jug or whatever, you buy it, you get the buff, you sell it back again. Whereas a magnetic minion, you magnetize it, it stays on your board, you don't get to sell it, therefore slightly more expensive than anything else. Oh, hello. So I thought there was a lot of work to be done with mechs specifically to be able to get that done. And boy, have they actually done it. I think Scrap Scraper in particular is the absolute core card. I think if you don't have Scrap Scraper, you're not mechs. It used to be the way where like, oh, I hit a couple of Deflectos on Tavern 3, I'm mechs now, I'll lean into mechs. I don't think that's the case anymore. I think you have to be seeing Scrap Scraper before you decide that you're mechs, but if you do hit that card, they can absolutely get some work done.
Yep, and I might be heartbroken because we will just get this confirmed, but I think we've come out of the game because I believe Tomb did not connect. So
oh,
no!
we
might have to make a regame. We will have to see. Obviously, we'll get everything confirmed for you shortly, but I believe that is correct. So I feel like I should get some points because we had ETC on the board there, and I voted for that for my bandwagon pick as well. So. But we'll see how that's going to go. But just talking about Scrap Scraper, I do think one of the benefits as well is a lot of I feel like you've got a lot of options in the early game to pay off Avenge as well, right? There are just good cards that help with Avenge like naturally. So if you see that Scrap Scraper early-ish, you probably, or at least are likely to have a board that can at least start getting that ball rolling before you get hold of the mechs.
Yeah, there's a little bit of RNG to it in terms of what your first Avenge drops from the Scrap Scraper are, right? Like, if you just have a board with, like, a Taunted Harvest Golem, maybe a Risen Rider or something like that on the board, and you get, like, 2 Avenge drops from your first fight, say you get Replicating Menace from one of those very first drops. Now, suddenly you're in business, right? Because that Replicating Menace just adds so many tokens to your next fight, and it just stacks exponentially over and over and over. If you get to that point where you're getting 3 or 4 procs, and then you golden the Scrap Scraper, and you're getting 5, 6, 7 procs, and then you're starting to get the mechs that give you +1 gold every turn, you're dropping that with Polarized Beatboxer on the board, so every +1 gold mech that you attach is copying once or twice with however many Beatboxers you have, and suddenly you're just having a turn where you start with 20 gold and 10 cards in your hand every turn. Like, that's a very realistic late game that can come out of a mech situation. And as you know, Raven, I'm a sucker for any comp that ends up with me starting a turn with 10 cards in my hand.
Yes.
It's my absolute
Bottle
favorite
has sent
thing
me
to
many
do.
screenshots of various different card
What was the one I said? I had 8 Bone Mares in my hand?
Something like that. It was stupid, yes. Just before we are trying to sort out this game getting going, of course, for you guys. So, trust us, we're on it. Well, me and Sol aren't on it, we're just started talking. But the people who know more than us are on it. But just before we get into it, because it was something I did want to ask you, in previous Lobby Legends, we've seen that certain metas feel super aggressive, like players playing really to not lose as opposed to strictly win, which is more relevant in actual battlegrounds than it is in standard. Do you think that's going to be the case with sort of prediction before we kick off the day? Do you think we're going to see aggressive lines, or do you think we're going to see some greedy players kicking out today?
I think spike to win, like greedy plays, are... Oh, it's back!
Yes!
It's back!
Yes!
Tomb gets rewarded by finding an ETC. Okay, fair enough. For me, spiking win conditions and snowballing is a little too powerful in this meta, personally. Having said that, I have gone for the yes on 18 turns or more, which is a little bit contradictory. But what I will say is, tournaments tend to dictate themselves. I remember in the Global Invitational, for example, we were all expecting really fast games with milking Dazzling Lightspawn into huge elementals, for example. And instead, what everyone did was take Mechano Tanks and Soul Jugglers and just mega tempo everyone for the entire game, and just 15 people that were trying to milk over and over again. So you kind of have to wait. I feel like day one dictates day two
Right.
in Battlegrounds tournaments a lot of the time. So we'll wait and see how things pan out.
Okay, so just checking out some of the heroes. There is that Denathrius Omu, Millhouse, Tomb, of course, on ETC, Guff, Hooktusk, Tamsin, and Blank on Good Done It. Wait, how am I forgetting the
Bran?
dwarf hero? Wait, oh, sorry, that's Bran. We're looking at it. I thought it was Tavish.
Oh, okay,
I was
okay,
looking
okay,
at
okay.
the icon on the left. I didn't realize we were on. Oh, and
Ooh,
Bran. Okay.
I'm in.
Yes. Sort enjoys Millhouse from our practice sessions, especially when it's got the good minion types. And would you say these are good minion types?
Good minion types, good start as well. Economy
Mm.
start. So turn one, he's essentially bought 2 minions and saved 2 gold, right? He got an economy minion with the Naga, and then he bought, oh my goodness, second reroll elemental, and then bought the reroll elemental. So he now saves 2 gold on a roll at some point over the course of the game. Now has the opportunity to pick that up as a pair as well, which is very appealing and could be strong enough now to pick up a turn two upbeat front Drake as well to get even more economy rolling on that Millhouse start, which is kind of what you want early. And I think then when you get to Tavern 2, you have the triple buy on Tavern 2, where everyone else only gets to buy 2, which I think sets you ahead a little bit on tempo, so you can afford to be a little bit greedy with those Tavern 1 minions.
And a little bit a fair amount of players actually just going a little bit wider, not necessarily going for the auto level on turn two.
Yeah, 3 players staying on 1. Hook Tusk makes
Mm.
sense. Hook Tusk is
Yeah,
almost
yeah,
a fairly mandatory Tavern 1 gamer when you have economy in on Tavern 1. Bran has probably seen some Battlecry minions on Tavern 1, which is why we're staying here. And then Millhouse will have taken the level this turn, it looks like,
yeah.
instead of buying the Refreshing Anomaly pair.
Yeah, Bran got refreshing, and then the coin Naga as well. So that kind of makes sense. Back to Millhouse once again, and again another nice offering of minions here for Sharusa.
Elemental is free. There is no point in time where you should not buy, sell a Elemental. That is particularly true. It used to be true for slightly more nebulous reasons that you'd have to go into the weeds to explain. Now there's literally an Elemental in the game that gets bigger the more Elementals you've played over the course of the game. So there is literally zero reason to not ever buy, sell a Elemental if you're Millhouse.
We see Timu on Tamsin. What are the? Is there any standout specific combos you want with Tamsin? You know, specific minions that you want to hit, specific,
Yeah,
any crazy outcomes with that hero power?
there can be. Obviously, Tarot for example, will retain the in combat buffs, which is very, very nice if you can get that going. But I think in general, it's just really, really good early tempo. It's a press the button and level kind of hero, right? You just get
Right.
strong with those early
Oof.
minions, and then just try and pump up as hard as you can. Here we go. Tomb has gone 3-on-3 with the ETC here. You are generally looking for an economy outcome here off the first hero power when you go 3-on-3. Loyal Henchman looks kind of perfect. Does
Yeah.
rely on you killing 2 minions in this situation off the first outcome, but you should be absolutely fine doing that, I think. And turns down the greedy opportunity for one of the best triples in the game with the 2-1s, instead going for
Oh.
tempo with the extra Taragosa, which I think is very wise in that situation, just wanting to secure your situation of killing 2 minions and picking up the extra minion from the Refarm buddy.
Yeah, Peter Barrett here having all the resources in the world, as is often the case with Hook Tusk. It's kind of what you're aiming for.
This is an incredibly difficult Hook Tusk turn, by the way, because what do you... Oh, he's already hero powered. Okay, fine. That makes life a little
Yes.
bit
Yeah, yeah.
simpler. Fine.
Yeah. Just gonna go for the level. Hold
And
on
you
to the
coin
triple.
level.
Not yet.
Yep, this
Yeah,
makes
yeah, yeah.
sense to me.
And how far do you think Peter Babbitt's gonna push this triple? It's gonna be at least another level, right?
Yeah, one more I would imagine, especially when it is a Celemental. Celemental triple, when you have all 3 already bought and on the board like this, tends to be the triple you are the greediest with, because you don't... One of the downsides that people under or overlook when they're greeding triples is that, you level to Tavern 3 and then you level to Tavern 4, but you've kept a Tavern 2 shop frozen that entire time, so you never get to see
Right.
any new more power. Oh my goodness. No, back. Back. Okay,
Hey,
thank
buddies!
you. We can figure out which buddy you took in a minute. What happens here with Vita is way more important, I think. It's probably freeze and greed for the double triple. My god. Okay. Hook Tusk having a normal one, as always. Entirely standard Hook Tusk game.
Oh my.
I love how Beta just has no reaction to this whatsoever.
I'm
It's
just
just like,
upset it's turn 5.
this is every game I play. So you're going to have to level take a 4, right? Or are you just going to get smacked? There's an option. You could just choose to get smacked and hold the triple and take 2 5s next
Yeah,
turn. But I think
well,
I think it's a 4.
I think the 4's good. Because there are some really good 4s. We were talking about this earlier, right? There's some really good 4s in the game. Oh.
Balladist
Okay.
for some tempo to defend. Yeah, I kind of like this. Because now you can almost sell out, get the triple, buy one more. Yeah, exactly
Oh,
this.
yeah,
Now
yeah,
you
yeah.
can greed, right? Using this tempo to defend. Really, really
Yep.
like this play. Yep.
Yeah, 419. Well, the 4 might not look like much, but it's enough to kill things at this point in the game, and the 19 health definitely going to help out. Oh, okay. I just glanced over, and in a minute, I'm sure we'll get shown good Dunnits board because a lot of pairs going on over there, so.
Okay, yes. And we are fine for another ETC buddy update now, if you would like.
Yeah. Did get hit, but only 4 from Denathrius, not the end of the world.
Oh, what was the choice here? Must have died in combat, so picked up
Okay.
the Muckslinger, is that what it's
Yep.
called? Every time you
Played
play a
with this
minion,
mere
add a
hours ago.
minion to the shop that is buffed. I'm going to take the Tavern 4 option now, looking for some more economy, likely. Hunter of Old gives you the Bran's Epic Egg at the end of this fight anyway, because you're fighting against Bran next. Wow, he's just going to go Muckslinger.
Going for the triple.
Wow!
Let's go.
Okay,
I
one of the
respect this.
things you will learn about me, dear viewers, is I'm incredibly greedy, and if a card says economy on it in any way, I will tend to pick that over anything else.
Yep, and this has got on its board. So Bran and a few pairs. Oh, did just hit the Shell Collector, actually. So that's going to be nice for the extra triple.
It's also mega money.
Yeah. And good tempo as well, right? These Murlocs are getting buffed all with every one of these.
Yeah,
so.
with double Whelp Smuggler, this is actually such a good setup for Goddammit. So it is allowing him to do very greedy things with the triples.
Ooh.
Okay, I mean, now Goddammit is just huge for the next probably 2 or 3 turns at this point, yeah. Can use all of that gold on leveling now from this point, you would imagine.
Yeah, Penguin on the Guff now. That's one of your favourite cards, Sal, Malcazar.
Yep, Dancing Malcazar, good card. Even here, you can see no Demon Synergy. Just having it on board at the moment to have the option to pay health for rolls instead of gold, which is something that is generally a trade you'll take in most spots. And I think Beta Babbit will be disappointed here to have run into such a tempo king on this turn, having looked to try and defend some of that tempo earlier with the Balladist.
Yeah, 7's a bit upsetting as well, isn't it? With that amount of damage coming through, it's a little bit rough.
Yep. And not looking great for my bandwagon pick so far. Shiro is down in 8th place with 12 HP, vulnerable to the damage cap right now. Ooh, Percussionist with an Urzel. Very nice. Gonna take a little bit of hit for it, but good stats.
Oh.
Battlemaster synergy, take 4 damage discovering it so it's bigger. Yeah, okay, I mean, this does seem more sensible.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you like the world's biggest pirate?
Yeah. I'm wondering, is this all done this turn, or is there... It's probably way too greedy to freeze, right?
I don't know, 23?
I just thought, like, if you just buy other stuff, freeze, and then you can just retain it for extra gold next turn, and then you just go for a 6, like, that could really open up the game for Beta Babbit.
Yeah, the problem is the 6 still wasn't clean the next turn. Tavern Up would still be 9 on the next turn, so you'd have to sell minions you actually care about to get over the line to a 6, which I think is probably what put him off a little bit in the end.
It's like Waterloo's going to get a one Cleavy boy ready there. Really quite nice for
Mm-hmm.
that 11 damage spread. That's so early, Light Fang as well. Doing a good chunk of work. This definitely feels, this is not a negative, but definitely feels like Waterloo just saying, you know what, I'm just going to
Woo!
pressure and get people out of this game.
Yeah, just pick up a
Because,
cleave, duff some buffs on it, and just try and murder as many people as you can before you start falling behind on tempo. I don't think that's a bad plan at all at this point.
but again, we are seeing Guff just absolutely obliterate everyone so far. Looks like Penguin's going to just crunch everyone.
Millhouse down to 6! No!
Yes!
No! Shiro, live! Live! We take a look at what's cooking over in Shiro Land. Oh,
Ooh.
not a lot. Double reroll elemental as well. Oh, it's such a good
It's so close, right?
yeah, it's such a good elemental setup. You just have to stay alive, and that's the problem that Shiro's having right now, though. Although this
Oh,
is really, really nice. Okay, he has to turbo through this turn, but plenty of buffs coming in. Rolled a 6 drop into an Uther, though, which is an absolute abject disaster, of course. Would have been looking for some serious tempo there. Peggy with the cleave. You dump the other pirates now to just fully bank the buffs on the cleave? I think maybe you do.
well, think about here as well is Shiro's going against Denathrius once again. We just saw Waterloo, although he did lose to the Guff.
Whoa!
He's competitive on board.
Passed a Myrmidon there as well, which is a double buff from Peggy because of the spellcraft going into your hand, and then also plus attack for the cleave that you had. Little bit surprised at that one. Another Patient Scout. Huge. Extra Peggy value. You love to see it. Refreshing Anomaly. Doesn't matter, but it's an elemental. Gets the roll through. This is a good turn. This is a good turn. Shiro coming in clutch.
Yeah, with turns like these, they're maybe not quite as crazy as the old pirate turns, but you still want them to be clean, right? And I think, if anything, this was very clean from Shiro. But let's see how he stacks up
Pray.
against the Denathrius, because there's also Cleave on that side, right? Oh!
Not anymore!
Oh, okay, well, that was a big one. Still the 1 health on the Myrmidon, though.
Fellow Shiro believers, you have been rewarded for your faith.
Oh,
You love
okay.
to see it. And I think that was the crucial fight for Shiro to live now, because
Yes.
Shiro can get huge very quickly now with the setup that he has.
Oh, Matsuri's about to get slapped. That is a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. I like this actually. Stay with Tomb for this turn, see what he is cooking. Nothing oppressive yet. What's this? Turn 9 ETC? You can definitely have some real disgusting setups built already when you have the good stuff from ETC at this point. Yeah, not really hitting. Tavern 4 hitting a bunch of Tavern 2 and Tavern 3 buddies. Having to take Zamzarak buddy, which is... I want to say it's kind of a consolation prize, but it kind of is. It's the kind of buddy you put on your board and you wait to get Ice Block and then you get rid of it a lot of the time.
Yeah.
Like, that's the kind of the situation, which is fine. Like, that's a good play for plus MMR, no doubt. Oh! Anyone got Goddammit in their bandwagons? Because you're looking
Did you
pretty
say you
good
can
right now.
change them on turn 9?
No, unfortunately, turn 4 was the cutoff. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, shame.
Yep, ETC letting me down. Although saying that too, it's currently third, so it's even though that doesn't truly represent board power, of course, it's still something. Golden
All
Peggy.
right, so good time, I guess, to go through 2 of the best scaling comps in the game. If you haven't played much Battlegrounds during the Minion remix, Kalagos has now been changed, well, twice in fact, but the major change being instead of when you play a Battle Cry minion, give your dragons +1/+1, it's whenever you activate a Battle Cry, give your minions +1/+1. So that means, for example, if you have Bran, your Battle Cry happens twice. So Kalagos activates twice. Means if you have a Rylak on board, Rylak activates Battle Cries when it dies. Therefore, Kalagos will be activated. Murkai activates the Battle Cry of the thing that's next to it. That would proc Kalagos. Essentially, Kalagos got a lot better. What you're now seeing is Beta Babbitt going into the That's Admirable Zamora build with Fleet Admirable Tethys. This is kind of the replacement for Hogar, allowing you to go infinite by essentially giving yourself a free pirate for every 8 gold you spend, which with exponential copies of that same card can allow you to go infinite in the very same way, and then you use other pirates to support that to continue to buff your board. But while all of that explanation was happening, we have two very dead players, Raven.
My fantasy team's in shambles.
Wait, are they both your picks?
Yeah,
Let's
yes.
go! Huge win for the Soul fans in chat. All two of you. Congratulations. It's a good day. Oh!
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's always Millhouse, Raven. It's always Millhouse. At no point in history has it not been Millhouse. Okay. Barrel's Blessing. So again, quick recap for chat. What you are doing here is using the Tavern extension that you will see over on the overlay over Twitch. Just pick the player that you think is going to win this direct head-to-head, and we will try to do the same. You have until the end of the shop phase, which I suggest you wait as long as you dare, because, you know, late rolls could make a whole lot of difference.
Nearly typed it.
Yeah.
I didn't like that one either. Here's a gold for the trouble.
Oh, this is intense, actually. Just keep glancing at both boards. I'm like,
And they just keep on getting bigger.
yeah, yeah. I'm like, oh, there's still 30 seconds.
Oh, Leroy at the end as
Leroy,
well
yeah.
for Shiro. With the mono taunt as it stands. 35 attack cleave kills all but one minion after the Urzel has gone down. Yeah, I think I'm leaning Shiro USA on this one.
Me too, but there's 100 health.
There is 100 health. You're right.
So it's like, oh, it's so difficult. But that's why I like it. This is what Battlegrounds is all about, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
and
was
the
that
stealth.
last second Leroy as well?
The stealth on the 100 health has actually changed my mind at the very last second as well, because that now pretty much guarantees that it just hangs around and cleans up everything, I think, with the way this goes.
Can I get a time check to see if Sottle was in this or not?
It's a tie? It's a tie!
Oh, we both get points, yay! Is that how it works? Okay. So, Shiro now, again, just wanting to hang on, but has all the juice in the world. Went over to Tomb there. Oh, no. And that does not look like there's an ice block active, but
No,
this should still be okay. Okay.
Yeah, tie with a
And-
competitive spirit. Competitive spirit pretty much irrelevant at this stage of the game, but you'll take it, I guess.
And for ETC...
Oh, Bran.
Oh, go on.
Bran. Yes, Bran being a huge card with this build as well for a couple of reasons you're seeing already. There you go. Tavern Tempest. Free. You play it, it spits 2 cards back into your hand. General Dracasath, also free. You play it, it spits 2 cards back into your hand. So not only is that 3 gold being spent for Admirable that you get back immediately, it's also 3 procs on a golden Peggy that is juicing the rest of your pirates while it's going. And you're getting +1/+1 on the 3128 every time you sell each of those tokens that comes from each of those cards. So Bran is the absolute dream card for what Beta is looking at on these rolls.
Yeah, this is looking absolutely brutal, isn't it? And the thing is as well, Beta Babbit's against Ghost this round, so, you know, they could be pretty free with what they want to do. Obviously, they'll be playing this, you know, pretty optimally, but just knowing that you've got the assumed leeway of not having to have the utmost perfect amount of stats.
Oh, second Admirable.
What's the cut, though, or is it just a hold here?
It may be a hold just for this turn.
Yeah.
Because he's fairly infinite anyway for the rest of this turn with the situation that he's in. Like, when I say infinite for this turn, he has enough gold that he can spend in 4 seconds. There's no point in getting another Admiral on the board because he'll make too much money to spend in the 4 seconds anyway. Like, there you go. Literally ropes out as he goes down to 0 gold, essentially. So, works out perfectly. Yeah, remember when Penguin Sun was big?
Yeah, it's starting to get slightly outscaled. Although I always remembered when Good Done It was big because all those pairs early really stacked up with that brand.
Yeah, and it was the double Skyfin on board, which is obviously still there, and then tripling the Naga into a mug was so huge. Like I said, that let Goddammit just be powerful, just be ahead on tempo for like 2 or 3 straight turns, just level, and then look for Caligos, and that seems to be exactly what happened.
Yep, Millhouse hanging on there for Shiro. Tomb now. Going to be dropping down to 10, I think that was. But good done it. I mean, this is the problem, and for Tomb on the ETC, is there anything that can like clutch late game with ETC, or is all
There
your power
is.
not front loaded, but more lent towards the early game?
So there's not like a buddy you can just find a lot of the time where it's like, okay, I've gone from weak to strong immediately. There's a couple like Sylvanas buddy, for example. If you have one huge minion, can then it's kind of like a mutinous buddy power where
Yeah,
you
yeah.
take one minion and put it deposits its stats on two other minions, so you essentially double your trouble. But you can find things like Ticketus buddy, for example, and then you discover that, you sell it, and then you have an ice block all of a sudden, like that kind of thing, right? Ways
Hmm.
to scam in situations like that. Same thing with Yogg Buddy. So you do certainly have tricks that you can do in the late game as ETC, but it's rare that if you didn't find your like hyper economy win condition between turns 5 and 10 or so, it's rare that you'll then be able to catch up on numbers by that point.
Right.
You're kind of just looking for more survival techniques.
It's looking close as well here. Look at basically all the players except for Good Done It are pretty much dead, right, on the next loss. 10, I think, is just an acceptable number to expect to drop to at this point. Penguin is going to be able to get the Ghost now, so that's going to be a huge help.
Yeah, Penguin surviving against Goddammit was so huge because now Goddammit will kill someone else for Penguin, and Penguin gets to fight a ghost and essentially scam two positions out of that marginal survival.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, look at where Tomb's at, right? Like, he has given up at this point. This is rolling for an ice block, and I guess we will find out whether that pink secret. Nope, no, it's not. It's a splitting image, but he's going to have one more shot at three more secrets to try and find himself an ice block, or else this is cooked. Meanwhile, Shiro goes down. Okay, my bandwagon pick for the game only makes it out in 5th place. Hopefully we can go back to Tomb and see if there is an ice block here. Oh no, the Barons are going to die! The Barons are going to die before...
No.
Oh no! Okay,
okay,
one out.
I believe.
One out! One out! Oh, it's pink! It's pink! Hello?
Wait for it. No!
Oh, unlucky.
Okay, so that's both of us out for the bandwagon now. Final three going to be Penguin, Beat Babbit, and Good Done It. Oh, that's hilarious as well. Good Done It's on the Ghost. So it's just I'll let the two of the minions fight each other for the second place.
And this is what I mean, right? Like, this is Battlegrounds sometimes. This is just great matchup RNG for Penguin-san, a little bit of good fight RNG. Survived the fight against Goddammit, who is the bully of the lobby at the moment, absolutely murdering everyone because he survived on 2 HP. He then got to watch 2 other people die while he fought a ghost. Like, if we could just flick through the 3 boards at the end of this, before the end of this turn, you'll see one of these people is not like the other, right? Like, yeah, there you go. There's one, you know? It's just not... Wait, what the... Hang on! Wait...
Is that only just finishing?
So, okay, yeah, Beta Babbit has got animation lag because of all the million things that he's doing on his turn with pirates and so on. It happens. He's a little bit behind the lobby right now, so he's still in his fight with Tomb. But there you go. You can see one of these things not like the other, just significantly smaller than everyone else is Penguin-san in this fight. Yeah, right, exactly.
But I think if these are your bad games, right, in terms of strength of board,
yeah,
then this is what you want to convert your bad games into. Yes, of course, as you mentioned, a little bit fortunate. That always helps in Battlegrounds, of course. But in general, if these are the low rolls, then if you can get one really strong game and pay it off, then that means Penguin's going to put himself in a great position to qualify out the group.
I wonder if Beta Babbit still thinks he's fighting the Tomb right now, while his game's actually just in a completely different
Beta Babbit
fight.
might think he's fighting Alatino at this point.
Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
Oh, sick, I killed Matsuri. Nice. Great.
Yes, 2 hours later. Yeah, not quite enough, I would say, to take the victory here, but still, I think a strong finish for Penguin considering his board state.
And a strong finish, game 1 for Soul's fantasy picks as well. Penguin-san in 3rd is in my fantasy team. Beta Babbit in top 2 is in my fantasy team. Pretty happy with that so far.
Yeah, yeah,
Moving on.
Look, I have beat a Babbitt, okay? That's something, right? I didn't completely wave.
True.
But Alutimu Matsuri, come on, guys. Don't let me down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is looking strong. It's kind of interesting as well, looking at this. Like, Pirates have, I would say, gotten there, right? It's not over yet. We don't know who has won yet, of course. Yeah. But Pirates looking quite strong from game one. And then I think Good Done It just... Yes, this is Dragons, but this definitely felt like more of a Bran effect than the Dragon effect right now.
Yeah, I mean...
Murlocs, of course.
So that's the thing. Bran doubles your Kalatgos now, right? So having one Kalatgos with a Bran is like having two Kalatgos. But as soon as you then find an actual second Kalatgos, that Bran means you have four Kalatgos. So you kind of get this weird exponential growth thing where if you then triple the Kalatgos, you have 6. If you find a fourth one, you have 8, and so on and so forth. Well, actually, no, tripling is still double, but you get the point of what I'm saying. So the Bran is a entirely crucial point to this comp now. Doubly so because of that effect I was talking about before, where you get like General Dracasath, for example, and then having the Bran is actually giving you extra money on top of the extra procs that you're getting from the Kalatgos as well.
Yeah, I think Good Done It just had the perfect combination of a strong opening with the Murlocs, of course, and being Bran, and then hit when he needed to, and these have really stacked out of control.
Looks like the slight issue with the Discovers. Yeah, just going to pick up an Uther here just because it says Battlecry on it. So assuming that means whiffed on Kalatgos and Nadina. I think Nadina probably being the number one motivation there as to why that triple was taken. Divine Shields can really be the kicker here against Pirates on the other side who have significantly less access to those Divine Shield options.
Well, Cleave doesn't hit as hard at 9, does it, against this board?
Well, so again, I think that was because of the threat of Nadina, right?
Nadina. Yeah.
If you look at the way
to see without a Nadina, it's
like
9.
If you look at the way that board was positioned, it was small, taunted, selfless in the middle. So ideally, a Divine Shield Dragon would attack into that, and then it was also mid-positioned small cleave. So hopefully you let the Nadina go off, and then that small cleave would come in and take off a couple of Divine Shields. So really good foresight from Beta Babbitt, even though the Nadina has not been found for goddammit in this situation.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting now as well, because what is the game plan? We talked a little bit about this before we were even live, where how do you react to your opponent? What are some of the tools? Because, way back when, a lot of the discussion was Leroy, Mantid, Poison, Divine Shield stuff. But what is it, for example, in this situation? What can Good Done It do, considering they did just lose that fight?
I mean, Nadina is still the number one out, which I think is why it's leveling here. You have 2 roles for Nadina, and I think that's what goddammit has taken the shot for. But not having found it, I think we're now in a spot where he is just going to be resigned to his fate, just kind of smaller across the board than what Beta's doing on the other side. And Beta has another essentially infinite turn to make as many more stats as he possibly can over the course of 80 seconds, whereas Goddammit's economy is just not quite there. And this is where the difference of, I would say this is kind of the beta version of this comp. The alpha version of this comp has Rylak in it, because Rylak with Dracasath can be putting 10 2-1 dragon tokens into your hand at the end of every turn, which then gives you 3 triples and plus 4 gold to start the turn with, as well as the gold you're potentially getting from the Discovers. So you can then have infinite Kalatgos, infinite Nadinas, infinite gold, whatever, and you can actually compete on raw stats with what's happening here.
And let's see what will no doubt be the final fight, as some of the cleave actually gets some work done there. But yeah, just full preparation there for Beta Babbitt for anything that the Dragons could have kicked out, and it is going to be a victory to Beta Babbitt, and that's absolutely huge. And also disappointing, because after seeing the early game, I was going to change my pick, and I did not. So, more fool me, I'm a noob at all of this, but hey, that's the way it goes. I do think really cool game though, and definitely setting the pace for the day so far. And again, just to remind anyone who may have just joined us a little bit late, that was just game 1 of this lobby, and they are going to be playing 3 games with all their points totals added up to see who makes it on to Sunday. So, a bit of a spicy one to kick off the day, Sol.
Yeah, and I think a pretty good sample of kind of one side of the metagame there. We had Elementals, Pirates, Dragons in that lobby. with Millhouse, Bran, Hook Tusk, kind of these economy heroes all racing to spike those win conditions and then just be like the lord of economy in that game, which ended up being Vita Babbitt in the end. We do still have another side, which is the more heavily token and summon based side of things with beasts potentially as well. With the Minion Remix, we have so many new strategies that are available that I hope at least we get to see a nice range of minion types in and out throughout the day, so we get to see some particularly different things for the players to shoot.
Yep, we've got a whole weekend of Battlegrounds lined up, and that was just game 1. But we'll be right back after this break with game 2. Hello everyone and welcome back. Sorry about the slight delay there, we're just fixing or working on some small technical issues, but I think we are getting ready to go into game number 2. But before we do that, I believe we have the updated standings for you guys. Of course, it's just one game, so if you remembered where everyone finished, you can probably guess what the numbers look like. But regardless, just to go over them again, first place gets 7 points, and then it will just go down by 1 point for each place below that. So again, I'm a little bit upset about where my Fantasy 2 picks out of the 3 of Matsuri and Alutimu ended there, but overall, a couple of shared points as well, Sotten.
Yeah, good news, I guess, for them that they went out tied for 8, so they at least get the half point each. But yeah, big lobby for Beta Babbit and Goddammit, of course. Penguin San as well, doing very, very nicely through just the survival of the fight against Goddammit, really, and scooping up a couple of extra points for that. And I think, honestly, Shiro USA as well. I'm just going to keep saying Shiro USA. I can't not see that as Brian Kibler's dog in like an old Uncle Sam costume or something. But he had a real crucial survival moment as well, right? Which I think elevated him from maybe 1 point to the 3.5 that he ended up getting. So a couple of clutch fights for a couple of players, really boosting their way up the league.
Yeah, and again, very generally speaking, of course, what this looks like for mainly Beta Babbit and Goddammit is that if they just don't completely whiff the next 2 games, they are probably looking pretty good to progress through. Because all you need to do in today's play with the 2 groups is do better than half of your group, right? You need to finish in that top 4 of overall points totals. So when you get that first lobby and you win the first game or come second, like so many points that it gets to the point where it's possible, but it's like getting quite difficult to not make top 4, especially because we know how good these players are.
Yeah, keep in mind as well, one of the puzzle box questions for the day is, will a player score less than 4 points in their group? So we'll be looking at the couple of players there that went out with 0.5. 2 more games to pick up 3.5 points in total to turn that into the no column. So we'll see if that one pans out or not.
I don't know if I will financially recover from that happening because I said no players won't go out with that many points, and currently the 2 that are in that sort of region are 2 of my fantasy picks, so I'm not very good at this.
You'll just be Ian Beerling everywhere immediately, just at the end of the day, I've got nothing left!
Exactly.
All over for you.
Exactly. I think the players are getting ready to go into game number 2. But is there any surprises that came out of game 1 there? Like, is ETC that look a little bit underpowered from what we would expect from the average ETC, I would say?
Yeah, I mean, I have questions. We kind of skipped through it quite quickly, so I didn't fully get to assess the board state, but it was pair of Muckslingers over Test Buddy, which would have then given a Brand Buddy, I believe, with the way it would have worked out at the start of the next turn, which is so much economy at the start of every turn. And that, to me, felt like a very economy lobby, as I talked about before, with like Elementals, Pirates, and Dragons all in there. So interesting that Tomb chose to go so tempo-heavy on the ETC picks with the Muckslinger pair. Maybe that cost. But otherwise, I think when you looked at the minion types available in that lobby, I think that game largely went as you would have expected it to.
Yeah, and I'm already happy with this. Matsuri picking up Voon, looking quite good. We see another good pick as well. Galakrond N'Zoth for Alutimu, which is going to be pretty nice as well. Like, this is lining up at least quite well for me. And we do have Beast in this lobby as well, so...
Lich King over the Gallywix as well, which, yes, I think Beast being in this lobby is one of the crucial components of that, because Gallywix really wants to look for pirates, tripling into that 6, finding the Admiral, and then at that point you get Infinite very, very quickly. Oh, I see the issue. Yeah, looks like we might just be in trouble again.
Yeah, this could be. Yeah, I think this, to no surprise, may well be a restart, because it looks like Tomb. I did wonder where all Tomb's hero choices were. That seems a bit harsh. Just, yeah, you're not allowed to pick any. How about that? So I would assume we are going to do a remake again, because they probably won't be able to connect in time, as they already missed a hero pick, for example. So a little bit unfortunate there. We are working on obviously getting this smoothed out. And although the players did, pick heroes, start their turns, we have to regame, right? You can't just have someone just not connect and just get punished for it. So we'll have to see how that one goes, and hopefully we'll be able to get back into the game. I was excited for that one as well, sort of like the Nazot there, the Voon, who's a pretty crazy hero right now, especially with that combined with Upbeat Duo, right? It just starts to get very, very silly and does things that you like to do a lot in terms of hand size in this game.
Yeah, and then you throw Dracasath Enchanter in there. I think that's the right name for the card, which
Drakari?
I think they've... what did I say?
Drakasath.
Oh, that which is the dragon, right? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Drakari Enchanter in there as well, which has synergy with a lot of things that you don't immediately think it does. Essentially anything that says end of turn works with it, and that includes certain heroes' hero powers, for example, like Boon. So if you do have like a Magma Lock on your board, an Upbeat Duo copying a card, and the Boon hero power going off, and then you pick up a Drakari Enchanter, suddenly you got a stew going, and some absolute incredible things can happen at the end of turn. So I do think it's a very crucial card to look out for in a lot of spots. Nice synergy with mechs as well, with the scaling mech on tap 5 that gives you +1/+1 for each of your magnetic minions that can double that up as well. So a card that looks a little bit innocuous on first glance, because classically end of turn effects don't really haven't had the same impact as like battle cries or death rattles have as like a general game mechanic.
It was like Light Fang.
Right, exactly. And you kind of had that experience with, say, Sidanathrius has a quest that doubles end of turn effects, or Ragnaros Buddy, for example, doubling end of turn effects as well. And, you know, you'd get like a Gold Grubber or a Light Fang. Like, there'd be a couple of things that maybe you could find some extra synergy with, but it didn't tend to be that oppressive. And I think that has changed a lot. And end of turn is now almost a keyword in its own right in Battlegrounds at this point in terms of the impact it can have on a game.
And I think that's something that this current meta, at least for me, is gotten so right, is there's just a lot of things you can do that until you see them, or if you're just way smarter than me and find them yourself, you don't even think about, right? It's like when you talk about Rylag, like there's like, you think, oh, it makes battle cries happen again. Okay, I mean, sure, everyone likes more battle cries, but then you realize, well, hang on a minute, you can reborn that beast, so it happens twice, and then you can do other things, as you mentioned before, like, well, do you get Rivendell on there? Do you get some of the other effects? You were talking about the Caligos effect as well, and I think like Rylak, there's probably still things, at least I've not seen people do with that card, because it does feel like a very creative meta. Is that fair to say? Because obviously you've been playing more Battlegrounds than me over the X amount of years, but it does feel like a meta where you can go a lot of different directions.
I think that's true, yeah, and I think part of that is more mechanically interesting cards, more mechanically complex cards like Rylak, which do allow you to do some very different things. And part of it is because of the minion remix. I feel like most of the minion types are now in a really nice place where they can cross-pollinate and cross-synergize with other minion types as well. There's not just like, okay, I'm mechs, I know exactly what my final board is supposed to look like. I make the mech board and then I'm mechs, right? You're very flexible in, like, sometimes you're scaling 3 dragons and then you have like a golden admiral as your economy engine, right? And you're sort of like 2 pirates, 3 dragons, and that's your scaling comp at the end of the game. There's all sorts of weird hybrid comps, particularly with Quillbores, I would say, which to me feel like more of a support class than they do an actual minion type you play on their own. And I think that's really to the benefit of the game overall. But looks like we do have another game in front of us. We do have another ETC, so another opportunity
on
for
Alutimu
to pick up a win. So yeah, this could be huge points for Raven if Alutemu wins this lobby on the ETC, but we will wait and see.
It should have walk as well, Sol. That's a big one for me.
It certainly is, yeah. Fingers crossed for Tomb. I think he will absolutely want to be playing this game out. Does seem to have had some issues with his camera as well, so I hope he's not having persistent internet issues throughout the whole event for his sake as much as for ours. But we'll see what Denathrius can get cooking with the turn 1 quest. Oh boy.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Yogg is the pick. I think you would merge those two if you could, but that's not how that works, so there you go.
It's not, no. The Goblet, just not a particularly powerful quest overall. I think Yogg will, how to say this kindly, probably more popular at middling MMR than it is at a competitive level. It can absolutely blow out games and be incredibly powerful, but I think it flatters to deceive in a lot of situations. But I still think the better choice in that situation, especially as you are buying a Naga on turn 1 anyway. Reminder, bandwagon picks are available again. Get those in on the Tavern Buddy extension on Twitch before turn 4 if possible, and I know where mine's going. Thank you, Lorinda, for showing us who we needed to see. To see that Shudderwock start. There we go.
I think I'm just committing to my plan. Just pick ETC every time.
I see. Trying to triple down on the points.
Yeah.
Raven's locked in a turn 1 Alatemu, so he'll get... he will get puzzle box points, he will get fantasy team points, and he will get bandwagon points if it cashes out. Very nice.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But you are right, like Tomb here, great opening. I think Shudderwock is just such a strong and again interesting hero with that hero power now.
Looks like Alatemu is going to go 3-on-3 here, I would imagine. I don't think that shop is good enough to convince you to stay. Some debate about whether ETC is a mandatory 3-on-3 hero. Basically, all the good economy buddies are on 3. There's no real economy that you can find on Tavern 2. You can just find tempo cards. Like Jailer's Buddy, for example, 2/2 Death Rattle drop 3/1 drops. Just insanely strong straight away. The only thing you can really find on Tavern 2 is the Denathrius Buddy, so you just get a quest for 8 gold immediately, but that is very weak and very slow. And significantly more powerful if beasts are in the lobby, because you can then put it next to a Rylak and just get free quests every time Rylak dies, which is wonderful.
We are seeing as well as we look at this, just where the players have ended up in terms of what Tavern tier they're on, right? Because this is a big spread. Matsuri and Alutimu on 3. A good chunk of them on 2, and now Shiro still on 1.
No real significant progress on the quest just yet, as you would imagine. But yeah, let's take a little look at Alutemu. First buddy discover here. Again, you are looking for something that says economy on it, in my opinion.
Don't let me down, Alutimu.
Those actually are not it. Demons are in. Stormpike Lieutenant plus shop eating is a thing that you can do as ETC. That is a build that you can
Those were words.
Mm-hmm. You can see how it works though, right? Just from the text that you have on screen. You have a bunch of minions die, the minions in the shop just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then you use an Urzel, a Fellbat, a bunch of Mind Eaters, whatever kind of thing you want to go for, just to repeatedly eat a bunch of shops over and over again. Get a whole bunch of stats on your stuff.
And also as well, just the side effect of that being the biggest minion choice
Just
too,
big.
in terms of just not dying early, because obviously going 3-on-3 means it was a little bit of a hit there. We're going to see Shiro USA, the pick with the Barov pick here.
It's a fitting tribute to the departed world's best Hearthstone dog, right? Come on.
I'd imagine that pick was Shudderwock, right? Like, do you ever not pick Shudderwock in this kind of early fight, especially against a Dogwaggle?
Well, you have to work out, right? There's a lot of mousing over, and then you'll be like, okay, then Naga, does that mean they're just hero powering a 2-1 over and over again? Like, you're never quite sure how much tempo and how much greed that the Shudderwock is going for.
True.
But you can see in this spot, a couple of Mind Eaters picked up as well, so I don't know if Tomb has switched to hero powering Mind Eaters a little bit. But if you wouldn't mind, can we actually just jump straight back to Tomb? Because I'd like to just see exactly what the board state looks like. Thank you very much. Okay. Overseer plus Mind Eater synergy now available is very, very nice. Oh!
Okay.
Baby!
Wait, what turn is it? Oh, it's turn 5! No!
We don't have to freeze. We could hero power the... No. Oh, no. I hate this. I hate this so much.
I love this. Because you've picked Tomb, haven't you?
I would have that Fellemental on my board right now, sat next to that Rylak every single day of the week.
Tomb, you're doing great. Carry on, my friend. Carry on.
Wow. Just going raw economy with the coins instead. Okay. But the point I was going to make, pairs of battle cries on the board. Really, really crucial for Shudderwock because you want to hit a golden battle cry to be able to hero power every turn, right? There's no limitation of plain copy like there is for Jandis, for example. You can still hero power a golden minion, so you get you get to double dip your hero power essentially if you can get a golden battle cry and stick on your board. I am shook by that fundamental not being on our
Sol
board
just
right
needs
now.
a minute.
I do. I need to lie down after that.
Yeah, Penguin, not looking too bad tempo-wise as well. Did just level up to 3. So again, at least on curve with a lot of the players right now. Wow, that's definitely a board. Looks like Matsuri might be able to fight back here if the kick out from the Beast is good. Oh yeah.
Oh, would you look at that? It was a 7/7. How surprising.
Well, I meant more like what beast it is, right? It can make a big
Yeah,
difference.
yeah,
You can get more death rattles, and also you can deal a lot more damage as well.
True.
Oh. Okay.
Sylvanas hero power? Yeah.
Yeah, that was nice. Oh. Okay.
Weeb doesn't do
I was just going
anything.
to say, why did I just read that as Weeb?
I mean, that's what
Weeb
it's called.
Nation. Right,
Not sure if there's any high-value death rattles being covered. There is not. Okay, yeah, just sticking more economy. Oh, took the actual ETC buddy on the second hero power and made the Avenge buddy golden. So it looks like it will be leaning a little bit into that demon stuff if possible. Oh, gold rewarded, by the way, for the greedy keep on the Naga. Now does have the golden available.
and I think we saw Denathrius. Was that a quest finished for Denathrius there? I'm not 100% sure, but I think it might have been.
Certainly was.
Yeah, okay, nice. And
So
finished
we'll have
in
a
a pretty
Yogg spin
solid
at the
way.
start of next turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, good time. Turn 6.
Decent board, right? Yeah, as well.
Mhm.
Not super weak. Not strong, but not super weak.
Yeah, Tomb now on the Shudderwock has to start thinking about what the end game is. Tomb has essentially everything handed to him at this point. He has a Rylac, he has a golden shell collector, so he's absolutely printing money every single turn. He has to now set a target as to what his final board is going to look like.
And also just not get pushed out, right? I think that's something you can fall into if you go a little bit too crazy. It's like what you do sometimes, Sol. Try and get a bit too much value and then you die. And then complain about it. And then you do the same thing in the next game. Die and complain about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oof, I was saying I had an okay board, but Peter Babbage takes 14. Ugh. What's the spin? And is it going to win?
Fine.
Sure.
One of the better ones in this situation, I think, honestly, because Beta just got thrown down below damage cap, right? So just, what has he got? 6 minions, so plus 18 to his board, even if it does mess the stats around, I think is very welcome in that situation.
And also, as well, like we spoke about earlier, because Peter Babbitt's in such a good position points-wise after game 1, all he has to do is not be 8th, right? You know, like, just get a few points.
It's Magma Lock, right? You have so much money to be able to print stuff with here. I think that just has to be the order of business. Wow, still hasn't used the hero power yet on this turn, so still plenty to do with the coins available.
Did you know it was actually someone called Sir Rylac III that created the printing press?
No, I did not know that.
There you go. Little bit of facts there. That's
Wait,
proven.
Is that true?
No.
Okay.
Still.
Right.
Imagine.
Well, that Picky Eater's already big. Oh yeah, it received 1 buff from the Flutist already a couple of turns ago when we were watching, right? So that's why it's so asynchronous towards the health total. A lot of players looking kind of small here. There's definitely 2 or 3 players that are significantly bigger than everyone else, and I think a lot of people just need to be dodging fights where possible.
I will say, though, that was a duo pickup from Waterloo. Waterloo's still very healthy, and landing a duo, you know, I'll say early-ish, can be game-winning if you can hold on.
Good Dummit looks like he's going to take a bit of a smacking here, though. Nice couple of trades towards the end, though, just to pay
not
out some
too
damage.
bad,
Yeah, just takes the 1-drop in the end. Not too bad at all.
Just a light slap for 5.
Mhm.
Yeah, Waterloo looking pretty good as well. Oh, is that... Huh. Waterloo just not play the duo last turn?
Wanted a minion in hand for the buff from the Scargill. That's not the right name, is it? I've entirely made that up. From the hand buff Murloc, which he valued over 1 turn of the duo, which I think is fine. Like, he can triple a Murloc in 2 turns with the duo, but still nothing particularly attractive on board to be copying. I think that's fine. It's definitely debatable, but I think I'm okay with it.
Damn it. Looks like trying to lean over to beasts to an extent at least. Does have the Sly Raptor, but again, this is the point in every game where I just go, hang on a minute, I'm just going to mass roll for the Banana Slammer. Because that just opens up so much sort of... The ability to just relax a bit in any given game, right? If you can get an early banana, you could say, okay, all I need to do is hit some form of good beasts. I mean, there's one. And even the Sly Raptor already in hand, so if Good Dummit can hit that soon, they'll probably be feeling pretty confident going forward. You're going to get a second one now.
Every other piece right now, right? Like
Yes.
He's seeing a bunch of duos, he's seeing Death Rattle Beasts, he's seeing Reborn Snake. He's just not seeing the actual bananas. Like, he's got a serious potassium deficiency right now, and there is only one cure for it. But he needs to get there soon, or all of these stat scaling comps that are hanging around, like this one, for example. Well, what happened here? This escalated incredibly quickly from the last time we were there.
Yeah, Denathrius popped off.
Yeah, he needs to get there very, very soon, because if he doesn't, he's going to get 15'd into 15'd over the next 2 fights and just be straight out of here.
Yeah, these need to maybe do a little bit more work. I didn't even see what that one was.
Oh, the left at the end was huge. Cut 5 damage off of that, and now, unbelievably, he stays above damage cap.
Yeah.
Matsuri down at 3 health again,
Oh,
Raven.
come on.
Oh, Pyro? Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, okay.
Oh, denied.
Hey, got some on the horsey though.
Yeah, true. Yeah, good shots on the horse, actually. Good point. I don't know, does anyone know this? Has it ever been revealed? Like, does the chance of it hitting either face, like, grow after each successive shot? Because it feels like it averages a lot less than it should when you get the Pyroblast. I'm wondering if
as
that's
opposed to
actually
it being a completely separate roll.
Exactly.
Sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
She on offer again. Matsuri needs to do something because I'm in trouble, basically. Oh, there's some Rylax.
3 HP, double Rylac, count me in. This sounds... what could possibly go
This
wrong?
is exactly what happens when I play with Sol, right? Because it'll be like, oh, 3 HP, but there is 2 Rylax. We could get more money and more value. I'm like, there's no value in dying.
Look, which one of us is top 200? Okay.
Oh, which one of us won't be quiet about it? I'll be... I think I'm maybe top 2,000.
Nice.
Or 20,000 maybe. I'm not sure which 0 needs to be added or taken away.
Yeah.
But most importantly, Sol, I've been having a good time.
That is what really matters, isn't it?
Exactly.
The real MMR is the friends we made along the way.
That's what I tell myself every night before bed.
Oh, instant Mama Bear snipe, by the way. Looks like Dummit did triple into the Mama on the previous turn, which has at least got him somewhere, but still has a potassium deficiency. And looks like might just have enough.
Yeah, it should
just
be fine,
has enough.
And actually gets the extra damage from the Sly not proccing, right? Which is a big deal.
Yeah,
I say
very nice.
extra, not always extra, but often extra.
Matsuri lived, but he lived by smacking Alutemu for about 20, for about 15
on.
damage. So now Alutemu and Matsuri are both on the cusp. Oh, you need to get big, Alutemu. You need to get real big, real quick. This army of fake battle masters that you have created is not doing anything for you right now.
There's a base skill.
Yeah, that was free. Smart recognition. Knows that no matter what, if he loses a fight, he's dead, so he can afford to buy the Leeching Fellhound. Coral Murgler, okay. That's something at the very least. I would imagine all of these minions in hand have infinite health as well.
That's true, actually. Oh! Banana.
Is there a base skill? There's no base skill, right? Nope, still no base skill. Oh, and these minions in hand don't actually have stats, right? Large amounts of them, because they've come from the Bran Primal Fin interaction.
Oh,
right, with the
sorry,
Murkai.
yeah. Gas Coiler, okay. Oh, weird looking board.
You know, it's really scrambling, isn't it?
I mean, one of these, I guess the Murloc has to gain just be 15-15, right? This Uther.
Yeah,
the low attack's the problem, right?
Yeah, you have to tempo game. Out of the Murkai, 15-15, the Coral. Give it as much health as you possibly can.
Wait a minute. Leroy gets to value trade?
Yep. Alright, see if it's good enough. But this could be bust number 2 for Alutemu in this spot, and that is a nightmare if you are Raven, and a nightmare if you are Alutemu. Or Poison Scam on the other side?
Oh.
Okay, that's
huge.
That is such a massive outcome.
Okay.
And the Venom is not going to connect, which means now I believe the Coral Murgler is just going to carry from here no matter what. So Alutemu does live to fight another day.
I never lost that faith. Never.
Nope. At no point in time were you worried.
At no point did I secretly message one of the people to see if I could change my fantasy picks. It's fine.
Oh, Matsuri though is going to bite the dust.
Just when life's going okay.
And that is a raw 8th, it looks like, unless Shiro... Actually, there's several people eligible for the drop. No, it is just a straight raw 8th, which means Matsuri is now 2 games in with 0.5 points. Their name.
Okay, well... It'll be fine.
Well, it's been fun. I guess.
Yeah, well, you know what? Game 2, it's already over. What can I say? Didn't last long. Here, though. Rosu looking pretty strong, actually, with the demons. Obviously in the danger zone in terms of health, but not looking terrible, at least compared to some of the others. Thanks.
Mandatory.
Gonna put this on the Tichondrius just to make a bit of a small taunt in the way. I like it.
Yeah. Yep, sure. I'm on board. Can we have a tomb update, please, Lorinda? I'm wondering where, since he deviated so far from the game plan that I wanted to go for, where we've ended up. Yeah, see, like, this is very Beasts, isn't it? I feel like we should have a full board.
Good.
I mean, Beasts are very good, but they're not a full board of 500 500s, which is what I try and make every game. So,
yeah, true. Sounds like a sentence I would say. This comp's not good. This comp's okay, but it could be quadruple the stats.
Yeah.
It's actually odd that in a Beast game like this, we're just not seeing bananas anywhere, right? I don't think any single player owns a banana.
Yeah, and honestly, like...
Just because they'll all be looking for them, right? That's, you never let them one slide, right?
Yeah, they all would have been looking for them up until a point, and you'll see now a few players are kind of hard stacked into Beasts still. So, of course, you would still buy bananas if they came up in a lot of these players' positions. But there is still a cutoff for bananas where you do, the boards that you have to have to then hold for a long time looking for bananas are generally quite weak if you don't have the banana on the board.
Yeah.
So there's only so long you can hold out for it.
Bananas on the board.
Yeah, Dummit has been fortunate enough, like I said, to have hit all of the other pieces alongside that, right? Mama Bears, Reborn Snakes, all of those kind of things. So Dummit's been able to stay strong and also be Deathwing, which helps at the same time. But sometimes you do have to bail out of the banana plan a little bit quicker than you might want to.
Great.
Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of end of turn with Drakari, here it is. Double Lightfang Drakari. Not something that I was expecting to see after kind of dismissing that as bad Ragnaros strats back in the previous meta, but here we are.
Oh, here we go.
Okay. Oh, thanks. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Lorinda.
Business.
Which one should I pick, Sol? This one's tricky. Why couldn't one of them have a banana and make my decision easy?
Like where you're going with this.
I mean, that's the thing, right? We do have to wait to see if just a
Yeah.
banana slammer randomly appears on either side.
You can
but,
see the
yeah.
triple from Goddammit as well. Okay.
Which could end up tripling the Mama Bear. It does not. Okay, Cinderai straight shot, tech card coming in for Tomb here, which is a really, really big deal. That's going to have a real big impact on the fight. Need to see which minions are taunted from Dummit's perspective, though. Just the just the snake at the moment. Okay. I am in. Oh, we've disagreed. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
I am all in on this first minion. I forgot the name of it, but it's great.
Cinderai straight shot,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah, the extra taunt, actually, I typed that and I put my suggestion in as the taunt came down, so it was a little bit unfortunate to see the Tunnel Blaster, but hey ho, here we are.
Yeah, it does not end up having an impact apart from tanking the straight shot hit, which is a big deal in its own right, of course.
Yes. Oh, early bear out. When I see this, I always think, wait, why do you have stats? And then I realize the bear exists.
Oh, the mama goes down!
That's huge.
Yeah, looks like Raven went with Tomb on this fight, and it looks like he is going to get rewarded. Just too much stuff left coming out for Tomb. However,
Yeah.
I would like to remind that Tomb is my bandwagon pick for this game, so I was quite happy hedging my bets on this fight. Thank you very much.
Plays it so safe, doesn't he, chat? So safe. Just about got away with that. And it does mean, actually, that Goddummit's going to say bye-bye this round as well.
Yeah, biting the dust, we're down now to final 3.
And Alutimu's still in! Actually not looking too bad at all.
Yeah, double Coral Murgler now, and has gotten kind of Poison Scam as well. The thing this is really missing is some base skills, really, because base skills can actually add layers to your, I guess not Poison Scam anymore, Venomous Scam. So you can at least get one of those base skills in play. But then at that point, you're looking to hold more Leroy/Venomous minions in your hand. So you kind of get these recursive layers of Venomous going off over and over again, which can be very, very effective. Again, picking up Cinderai Straight Shot, one of the best tech cards in the game right now because of how prevalent Reborn is in general for a lot of the strongest strategies.
Yeah, when we were talking earlier about just how well designed this set feels, that's one of the cards I absolutely love. Because I feel like it does everything you'd want it to do, but it's not like broken, right? You know, it's not just like, no, this is, way overpowered. It's just it's a good tool to have in your toolbox.
It's not even a new card.
New-ish.
It's newish, yes. Yeah, for sure.
I just meant, versus from back in the day when it was just all poison and divine shield.
I just feel so disappointed. Like, Tomb is doing well, and maybe he's made the net MMR play, maybe he's made the sensible play. But I feel like when you have a money printing machine that's making you like 8 gold a turn, and you just end up on beasts, I don't know, it just makes me a bit sad.
Right, like the third would be disappointed.
Yeah.
I'll say, though, it's impressive that you're upset, because didn't you pick Tomb?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, so Sol, upset even when he's winning. There you go.
But my commitment to big numbers is greater than my commitment even to winning,
So wait a minute, can we make it so whoever has the most points loses then? Because you'll have the bigger number.
What?
The
What do
challenge.
you mean?
Our points, yeah? For our guesses and everything.
Uh-huh.
Whoever ends with the most points loses. If you're okay with losing, if you just have the bigger number, then that's
Well,
fine.
no, because I can just have the bigger number and win, so that's the
No!
best of both worlds. Why would I agree to that? That's dumb.
Either way, Alatumu does get knocked out there. Not quite strong enough. And ETC doing a little bit better, but still not good enough to get that first place. And now we've just got Tomb versus Beta Babbitt in the end. And I feel like Tomb is in a solid position here.
Yeah, Beta Babbitt is going to need kind of an immediate setup of like a taunted Blanchy in his hand and a base skill. Like, this is a great start. All that glitters on a solo banana, which is very nice, guaranteeing the golden banana in shop. Problem now, though... Okay, no demon on board. I was going to say, you probably don't want to be playing that mind mark right now, but yeah, there's no demon on board, so that's fine. But I'm still not necessarily sure this is enough stats, really, just with the solo Blanchy. Blanchy, like, is the best minion, of course, to have alongside this.
I guess the point is there anything better? Like, not really, right?
Not really, no.
Just
I think the other
is.
option, like I said,
Okay.
you use the Mind Flayer goggles on that shop instead, just to get the plain copy of Banana for free, and then you roll specifically looking for an extra Blanchy and a base skill, but that's so unlikely. You have like 2 rolls to find exactly those 2 cards, and then maybe you would be able to get there, but yeah, it seems super unlikely.
Oh, it's all going to come down to this too. And, can potentially afford to take a hit. Beta Babbitt cannot, and there's a lot of reborn on that side of the board. Some poison though as well. On the Shudderwock.
Yeah, these Venomouses are going to trade, though, and then the Venomous is going to come back. It doesn't have Taunt, which is actually really good news for Beta Babbitt, because he gets to pick up a couple of really nice value trades now with this Blanchy before the Venomous will get to attack.
No.
And now, okay, that needed to hit, I think. I'm not sure there's enough value left. That needed to hit the 5-1. That one attack that was able to go through did not quite get there in the end. And now I suspect this is too much value.
Yeah. I think Beta Babbitt missing Beast off the gas coiler and then Tomb hitting 2 is probably too much.
Oh, Insta-Venom!
Wow. Wow. Tomb having an absolutely fantastic game here, taking out Beta Babbitt and finishing on 30 health Sottle. What a game number 2 for Tomb, because they didn't do too badly in the previous game either, and all led just off the start of that Shudderwock, that first few turns, right? It was very, very strong and did what you love to see, right? Just go all the way to the value. Just get as much gold as possible.
Yeah, I think if you're Shudderwock and you hit an economy battle cry on turn 1, so 3-1 Pyra or 2-1 Naga, then you are off to the races most of the time, right? And yes, you know, disagreement over what exactly you end up pumping there with the Rylak. I would have done it differently with the Felemental. I think when you just go to Tavern 3 early because you're printing a bunch of extra gold early with the Naga straight away with the Shell Collector, and then on one of your first rolls on Tavern 3, you find a Rylak, just pick a strategy and execute it from that point, you know? Like, it doesn't particularly matter which direction you go in. Just pick one and execute, and you will probably be finding a pretty secure top 2 in that spot, and that is what Tomb did.
Yeah, it was looking really good overall. We are just going to go to a quick break while we set up the next game, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back. and welcome back to Lobby Legends Spring Championship. We are getting ready to go into the third and final game of this group. But before we do, we are going to check in on some of the updates of scores and for the fantasy picks as well. So I'm excited to see how we're doing. I know I'm doing badly, but that's fine. Let's take a look at the team picks overall. What do you think about these, Sol?
Yeah, I think largely is to be expected. I think Beta Babbit, very popular and well-respected person in the community. Alatemu, of course, a very well-known player as well. Matsuri, huge streamer in his own right within his own community and very popular person indeed. So these are kind of how I would expect the breakdown to go. I think Tomb and Shiro, kind of the least known players coming into this, and no great surprise to see the lack of popularity of those choices as well. But yeah, I think overall a spread largely as I would have expected. And yeah, well done chat in general. Beta Babbit has ended up being a great pick for you, I think.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I should have asked chat to do all my picks instead. So take a look at how the standings look right now. A first place and a second place for Beta Babbit. He's looking absolutely fantastic going into this third game. Tomb looking great as well. But when we look at the bottom here, Matsuri 0.5, I'm already scared, along with Waterloo then on 4. So a lot of work to do for some of the lower players in this. But Beta Babbit, definitely had his work paid off for him so far. Basically needs to just grab a couple of extra points for good luck at this point, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is pretty much the point. I think job done in the first 2 games for Beta Babbit at this point, but certainly the players around that 4th place cutoff are going to be sweating. There's also the puzzle box question to play for. Matsuri will be looking for 3.5 points or more to be able to deny the 4-point cutoff that was one of the puzzle box questions on the Tavern Buddy. So still lots of things to look at going into this last game. And hopefully, just from my perspective, we now get a third variation, because I think the first 2 games have been really, really nice in terms of first game, super make minion number go big scaling comps is what we saw, dragons and pirates, right? And then beasts came in into the other lobby. So sure, we got Rylak to come in, which can help with those scaling possibilities, but most players then chose to go straight into the summon comps with the beasts instead, looking for mama bears and bananas. And we actually did not end up with as oppressive as a banana slammer board as you might expect when that many people are going for it. Very middling boards, I would say, ended up taking things home at the end. Really, it was the power of the change, let's say, to the Rattler that ended up being the king in those lobbies, right? Because absolutely everything ended up having reborn. Which you can debate, I think, whether the Rattler was a buff or a nerf, and I think it's very situation and game timing dependent as to whether it is a buff or a nerf, but certainly I think it was a huge buff in the way that players got it early in that game and then just used it to reborn their entire board.
Now, this is what I like to see. That's right, yes, let's have Alutimu start on 5, Tavern Tier 5. That is what we want. Okay, I appreciate whoever sorted this out. And of course, that will change. But we are getting to the final game of Lobby A right now. Beta Babbit on Vol'jin. We see Kael'thas there. And oh no. Don't scare me, Alutimu. Is this just going to become a theme, Sol? Are we just going to have to do a warm-up game first? Oh no. Looks like it's picked.
Looks like we're good.
Okay, we're fine. Oh,
Phelan
yes. Okay.
in. All right, yeah, we can stick here with Phelan for turn 1. Take a look at the picks. That looks good to me. Ooh, no Tempo King minion for Tavern 2. Everything here quite small with long-term upside. So yeah, I think I agree with Prophet of the Ball. Okay, I mean, instant synergy with the Prickly Piper if you are looking for it.
Rick?
Sure.
Oh!
Goes Elise.
Could have gone full pig.
Could have gone full pig, but ended up with the Elise instead. And these are some mediocre 6 drops, I would say.
I was going to say, I think I still like the Chalga, personally. Just because you can pivot that way really easy. And as you said, Chalga, another end-of-turn effect, right? So
yeah,
maybe
true.
with the Dracaris can get something done. I've definitely been stomped by pigs on ladder doing that.
All right, no great mystery. Alatemu going to level up and play the 2-drop on that turn. Shiro shooting into the shop still. Say that 10 times fast. Even though having arguably the worst one drop in the game on the board right now.
Remember as well getting your bandwagon picked. I'm already deep in the tank thinking.
Yeah, same. You have until the end of turn 4 to lock in your bandwagon pick. Pick who is going to win the lobby before turn 4. The earlier you do it, the more points you get.
I'm going to try a different strategy. I'm just going to vocalize my thoughts. Lean towards good done it here. Just 'cause I think Varden can potentially be very, very strong. And good done it already, proving that they're performing well today.
Yeah, I really don't know in terms of bandwagon stuff here. No one on really with a standout high roll win the game hero.
And the failing choices weren't mind blowing, right?
Yeah, the failing choices were mediocre. This Varden does not have a good shop frozen on Tavern 2 for the freeze effect. So no one really spiking that we've seen so far in the super early game. Let's take a little look at ETC though, if we can, see what's going on there with the early buddy picks. Is it going to be a 3-on-3?
Yeah, definitely difficult to make the choice before seeing ETC's first buddy, right? We do have till turn 4. Shirosa there just tearing up as well to tier 3. Oh,
takes the press. Does have the Soul Keeper for massive tempo, of course. As mentioned previously, this is kind of the tempo choice. Tomb, from what I've seen, obviously making a read on a player's habits off a very small sample size of games is dangerous, but does seem to be a little bit more of a tempo-focused player. All the choices in big moments that I've disagreed with have been a byproduct of me being a very greedy economy-based player. And Tomb has gone for more tempo-based choices in basically every situation, right? You go back to double Muckslinger in game 1.
Yeah. Sorry, the fight where it's just two players just stare at each other.
Oh, okay. All right. Good enough for me. Oh, you had the same choice a turn earlier. Unlucky.
I got it just before the fight started.
Mm-hmm.
It was honestly because I saw the Tavern tier up to 3, and it's Varden, and I respect Gooddummit a lot as a player, and I think Varden can, sometimes you whiff, but I think the ability to pop off is definitely there.
Yeah, I think for me, that's why I wanted to wait an extra turn, right, is that early Varden is reliant so often on just getting those big pairs and getting strong tempo from them. The Undead there is just such a powerful tempo minion early on to defend health that I think that will now carry Gooddummit a very, very long way. Pilot Whirlotron almost has to be the pick here when you've chosen to play tempo ETC, because now you can just have mega 1-drops everywhere.
Yeah, this is the sort of point where I'm not 100% sure, actually. Oh yeah, this is one of the times where that is the kind of juice you want when you get into the scrap, right? For tier 4. If you can hit that and you've got that much avenge, it's like, well, okay. Going to be seeing some mechs.
For sure, yeah.
Oh, hitting the micro mummy.
Some
not
very
be able to get. Oh, okay.
Some very first world problems of just being way too strong there to get any juice off of the pirates. Very aggressive leveling curve being played by a lot of these players so far, but that's a very nice pickup. Particularly when you don't have any Blood Gem generation yet, tripling the Tough Tusk is very nice, because you only have to play then a single Blood Gem on it, and it has permanent Divine Shield for the rest of the game.
Right. And there's just good picks, right? There's a chance here that Penguin goes for the stall.
Yeah, you could just take the other pair as well, right? And hold for a turn.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It's tough though, right?
Pair gaming.
The prickle one is a 4, right?
Yep, that's right.
So that's definitely one that can, get rolling very, very quickly because it is that death rattle. The earlier you get it, the better, right? Because you can really start stacking.
Sure.
We're going for a pub pop. Okay. Really, not a nice turn to look at, right? Obviously, the freeze having the triple's great, but just good cards there. But just floating the gold, not getting it quite done. It looks like Alutimu is gonna just leave this shop. Not gonna bother with the scrap. Doesn't have the juice for it. Oh
yeah, Alatemu also
Fine.
just sold his 2-drop discovered minion and went straight to 3 and then straight to 4 to get the Elise. Like, this is a very unconventional looking Phelan game so far, but we will see how it pans out from here. Can now just roll down, take a 5-drop this turn.
Yeah, and
That is going to be the
Alatemu
line.
does need to. He's on the cusp, right, of qualifying to tomorrow. So, like, I think this might be the idea of, you know what, I need something big to happen. So, you know, go for it. Oh. Oh.
I mean, Bran is Bran, but Boombox is so much tempo when you've played so greedy like this. And and I think even for me, I would be taking Boombox in this situation.
Just because it will put, like I said, Alatemu's kind of in the middle of the pack right now. So in terms of points value, so like that will just kill people, right? It will just push other people out of the lobby instead of you doing well. Just make everyone do bad. This is looking like quite the beefy board as well, or at least the beginnings of one from Good Dummit.
Mummy being played and Replicating Menace being held. Okay, sure.
Stacked. Gives you more flex, right? He could roll into a good mech next turn or something.
You could,
and then have the stats to pile on there.
So the counter argument is it does make you quite a lot weaker, because obviously the Replicating Menace is so many more revenge procs for the 2/5s to be able to defend at that point. But neither one adds a different minion type to the board, which would make you so much stronger, right? Because the 2/5 buffs each different minion type that you have. But mechs and undead were both already present on that board. So.
It looks like Penguin got the Abomination.
Double Radio Star, another one of my favorite cards in the entire game. You may notice a theme here. Cards Sottle likes things that put cards in his hand.
Yeah, Sottle just likes cards.
Sure does.
Okay.
Let's go! This is why you play greedy, so dumb stuff like this can happen and you win the game.
Oh my god.
And wins the fight?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I thought he was at least going to lose the fight there, but my god, 8 damage over to Alatemu and double Golden Monkey for his trouble? Seems good to me.
Yeah. Worth noting, by the way, Golden Monkey is a unique minion. It is golden by default. So even anything that says plain copy, if you use it on a Golden Monkey, it is still a Golden Monkey, and therefore you still get your triple.
Uther pickup. Okay.
Yeah, it just wants to be on 5 and just have some tempo, right? I do think this makes sense.
Yeah.
Especially because you can just do this and then give it a blammo. Okay. Sure. Ugh. Scaling minions, but very mediocre ones in general, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, look, before the weekend's out, I want a pig lobby. I want people to go pigs because I've just seen too many people pass on Charles.
This is a tough choice now. So you can go Boogie, you have a 1-drop to play, and you can then buy a 2-drop. No problem. You can then sell that back and buy a 3-drop, no problem. So yeah, Boogie was a lot of instant stats, actually. This was very good.
Again, weirdly a tempo minion this turn, right?
Golden Elise? What is happening this game?
I don't know, Sol, but I like it. Another boom.
Meanwhile, I guess we'll see what Tomb has been up to. Of course, remember, ETC winning a game is one of the puzzle box questions as well, which I believe is not been fulfilled just yet. So we are still hoping for that to happen.
Did we both say yes?
No, I said no. I think this is too much with the death rattles coming out. Okay, 5/5, not super relevant. It's going to attack. Oh, okay. It does do 5 damage to the most relevant minion. But with a whole set of 1-drops still to come, there is probably still enough. Yeah, Divine Shield 2/1, such a nasty drop there as well. Yeah, and just by 1. That is going to be another loss for Alatemu, and he's back in damage cap range now.
So close. What is Beta Babbit been doing? Significantly weaker than a lot of the players we've been looking at recently.
Really does, yeah. Icky Imp triple, okay. Still on Tavern 3 as well. Like, has stayed low and is getting murdered this game.
Oh, yeah, Beta Babbit just took 15, apparently.
Okay.
I can see why. This board doesn't look anywhere near as strong, right? Like,
exactly that. You can see why, because this board is extremely unimpressive at this point.
this looks like a me board.
Scrap Scraper trying to make something happen.
Is this a radio?
Oh, I mean, at 10 health, I don't think you can... I mean, I guess you are Vol'jin.
But you replace you replace a 3/3 with a 3/1, right? Like,
yeah, and you could also just, you know, any minion you see in the shop that you want the effect of, because you're Vol'jin, you can just trade its stats for one of the minions that you already have on board if you want to end up doing it that way, so it's not that much of a downside, but...
I was just looking at, like, the fact that it would replace a 3/3 with a 3/1, but the 3/1 does something, right?
Yeah.
Another boombox. Oh, going Bone Mare. Okay. Good ordering as well. Kel'Thas. Getting the buff on the mech.
And yeah, Beta Babbit does seem to have found a more reasonable fight on this round, let's say. I think we may be poisoned by some of the golden monkey silliness that is going on elsewhere, because it is only turn 8, in fairness. I will say that perhaps these are a little small in terms of boards I'll be looking at, but perhaps not as much as the reaction might first betray.
This is nice, though. 3 blood gems and a Noya module here as well.
Very nice.
Oh! Oh! Oh my...
Alutemu? Okay. Well, bad news for Raven, Alutemu's dead. Good news for Raven, Matsuri just got a point.
Yes!
Matsuri just got 2 points.
Yes! Wait, was it... Oh, wait, was it 4 or less than 4?
4, oh, good question, actually.
Because Waterloo's on 4 right now, I believe. So I'm like... And Matsuri is now on, like, 2.5, I think? As a minimum.
Less than 4 is the phrasing.
Oh, come on, Matsuri. Matsusori. I'm just adding extra letters. I'm excited. Matsuri, you got this.
Oh, 3 dead, actually.
Yeah,
oh,
half a point.
No.
Half a point.
No!
Come on.
Someone
Let me get
kill
through.
Matsuri immediately. This is a very mean-spirited puzzle box question, actually, on reflection, isn't it?
The worst part here is, as well, I'm getting excited. There's a whole nother group.
Yeah, true.
Oh yeah, Matsuri has Ghost this turn. Perfect. Waterloo's already clear, being on 4 points going in, and Waterloo's actually doing quite well, still on 35 health, looking strong. And also Tomb is looking great. We need to check on ETC at some point, but meanwhile we're going to be looking at Penguin with the double base and Prickle Rick.
Yeah, this could end up being a huge game for Raven in terms of how his picks and predictions have gone so far.
Not a bad board at all. Right. Full tempo, and Tomb's actually been able to transfer himself into mechs and still get value from these death rattles.
Just traded one Deflecto for the other, just wanting to get the buff, because he has the opposite of the 4/7 that we saw in the previous game, giving
the attack,
health.
right?
We're seeing the 7/4 that gives attack instead, so he just trades one Deflecto out for a bigger
Also, I have
Deflecto.
nightmares about that squirrel.
Oh, really? It used to, I think it used to do 4 for each mech that died. They nerfed it,
It used to kill me, basically.
Yeah.
It used to kill me a lot. Okay, oh, nice.
Oh, dodges the reset as well, and then smokes it. Okay, that was a huge series of attacks for the Zyrella.
This is looking pretty close, but it's just so many waves of stuff.
So many waves of stuff, and a lot of mechs have been dropped. So yeah,
boom,
Squirrel
boom,
Bomb
boom.
is Squirrel Bomb's going to do some work here.
Yeah. Oh,
Goodbye, all your stuff.
oh, an 18 to Waterloo on Alakir there.
Oh no, Penguin-san in damage cap range and Matsuri scammed everyone by fighting the ghost. You hate to see it.
Yes! Oh, okay. Tomb, you need to come first. Matsuri, you need to come second, let's say. And then, I'll be happy for today.
I mean, it doesn't
For now.
matter at this, but like damage cap isn't even a real thing. But I still, even when there are dead players, feel happier when I'm above 15 health, because I think 15 is a kind of a reasonable amount to lose a fight by in a lot of situations.
Yeah, it's weirdly a number where you feel safe, right? Unless
Yeah.
something very stupid happens.
But don't get it twisted, Matsuri can absolutely get smacked for 18 in this spot. Yeah, okay.
Oh, here we go! Okay. Let's have a look.
You're really giving us base skill without knowing the stats of the minions in hand? Come on. Come on!
But here's my question, Saul. How big can the minions even be? Because nothing buffs them, right?
No.
Watch out.
Nothing scares
Oh, triple though.
Nothing
With the Divine Shield.
me. Except mine.
Oh,
Utility
Boombox
trump
is
too.
huge.
This is tense.
Wait, the Boombox didn't make the board? Did the Boombox not get played?
I hope not. Nope.
What? Okay, no. Base
Oh,
skill,
base skill, base
base
skill,
It's
base
fine,
skill, base
It's
skill,
fine.
yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. We're all chilling. We're all fine. There it is.
Okay.
It's not going to kill these
Okay,
deflectos
yeah.
though, which is massive.
Reset.
See, I wanted to use the base skills as resets on the deflecto because they would still summon mechs in that spot. But yeah, the fact that the Boombox didn't end up killing the deflectos, which is not something that I
Ooh.
noted, is actually going to
That's-
be a huge problem here.
It's pretty big as well. Only one Divine Shield out of the
Mhm.
Fallen.
Oh, gets the reset as well. Hits it in the bad order.
It's at least a draw.
It's a tie again.
Again!
Oh,
Oh.
I will take it. I thought.
I bet you will. I bet you will.
When the Boombox did not kill the deflectos, I thought, oh, I've made a huge mistake here. Like,
And got away with it. If it wasn't for those pesky base kills. Ooh, we have not seen impressive sixes, have we, so far today?
not really, no. And that is kind of a theme, honestly. Like, there are
Yeah.
a lot of lobbies where 6-drops kind of suck, and people will just be tripling into 5s. Be it for Mama Bears or Brands or Magma Locks or Drakari Enchanters. Like, there's lots of win condition cards on 5 that can, with the right setup, outscale 6-drops a lot of the time. Yeah, turn 11 and no one's like a god in this lobby yet, which is a
No.
little bit surprising.
Oh yeah, sorry, I just saw Tomb took a hit as well.
Yeah, and again, like, you know, Tomb is playing very tempo heavy, right? So eventually that will run out of steam with the kind of, wow, okay, golden squirrel bomb though is kind of
Yeah.
cool. Does golden squirrel
land, I think.
bomb do it twice for each mech that dies, or is it back up to 4 damage? I know those are functionally very similar, but they are a little bit different.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I'm not 100% sure.
No, me
Ask
either.
our buddy correspondent. Okay, where's the Divine Shield gonna land? On the taunt, okay.
So it does get the reset. Really not a great deal of mechs dying in this situation, though, in comparison to what we were seeing
Yeah.
before. Like, he's cancelled out a lot of the tokens for more straight-up stats in a lot of spots. So,
Yeah, it definitely feels like Tomb's on like a transition point, right, with the comp. Because there is just that Battle Master there for some beefy stats. Ooh,
Matsuri!
good. Bye, Matt. No.
Matsuri! Is it raw
Wait,
5th?
wait.
Is it raw 5th?
Wait.
Oh!
Wait.
Oh, we will await confirmation.
Yeah. Oh, it's 4. There you go. Oh no.
It was 4. Oh, it was 4 damage. Okay, yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
looking. I'm just waiting to see if
Oh.
anyone else dies. Oh, rough day for Matsuri in the end.
I think it's worse for me, honestly.
Mm.
Here though, Malagos kicking out an absolute ton of stats here for Shirosa.
Very nice for Jiraxxus as well, scaling off the Boogie Monster for essentially the cost of 1 gold if you do want to end up selling back the magnetic minion as well. Very nice. Ooh. Boogie the second. This is where we are, huh? We're freezing for a second Boogie Monster. Okay.
Also still only on turn 12. Again,
Yeah,
we had another question about was it 18? I
18
think?
turns, yeah, and I think honestly, if you want to do want to take some solace, Raven, I think with the way this meta has played out, and again, the meta for Group B might be entirely different, but they do tend to be correlated with each other to some extent. It looks like you might have me on that one because there has not been as much hardcore Tavern 4 tempo gaming. Like honestly, this is the closest lobby to the kind of thing I was talking about might be possible. Right, where we've just seen a lot of people just playing very tempo-heavy mechs and staying a little bit lower.
And that's it. That's because everyone's going mechs, right? And
Yeah.
they have like the God 4 drop. So
Yep. But even then, this would have to go for a very, very long time from here to reach that 18.
yeah. And with basically what 2.5 kind of players on 1 kill shot opportunities here, 14 and 4.
What is going to kill the radio star is the big question, though. I mean, the answer is video, obviously, but aside from that.
Obviously.
Is the answer nothing?
Oh.
No, it's Kangors. Okay.
Okay. That's probably as good as it was going to get for Waterloo, right?
Yeah, I think at this point, Waterloo... Shiro is kind of stuck in his own little world, which is Boogie Monster scaling, right? I think he's past the point where... Because you can kind of get that Tess/Scabs effect, where if everyone in the lobby's playing the same thing and you're playing Radio Stars, then you can kind of just pick up the best of everyone's comp and play it against them. But I think he's just occupied in stat scaling at this point. And yep, there goes Tomb. So ETC still not winning a game at this point. And again, my impression of Tomb, like, played very well, has achieved the goal, right? Has appeared in lobbies, has picked up points. But one of the most tempo-focused players that I have seen in a long time. Again, just based off of an impression from a 3-game sample size, which might end up being entirely misleading. But well played. Very, very good performance from Tomb overall.
And also, like I said at the start of the show, right? Like, this is the first like major tournament of the year. So it's like, tempo could be absolutely correct for the this style of tournament format. Oh, was that a third boogie?
Third boogie, yeah.
Okay.
So scales the first scale. This is why second boogie sometimes a little bit weird. You've got one boogie that's already on player Tavern 6 minion, and then you buy a second boogie, and you have to scale that one back up from Tavern 1 until it synchronizes with the second one. And now he's just done that and has played this boogie, and now this golden boogie is reset back to Tavern 1 again. It's a very awkward card overall, let's just say. Okay. Felbat out, play the 1-drop for some mega scaling. Play the 2-drop for some mega scaling. Yes, this has gone pretty well, actually. Nice.
Yeah. Legitimately, one of the best boogie games I've ever seen, because at my MMR, people cannot do this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Whoa, that soaked a lot.
It did, yeah. Yeah, this is significantly one of the best boogie fights I've seen in recent memory.
Yeah. Ooh, a little Leroy out there, though. Bad Leroy trade as well. It's going really well for Shirosa.
Yep, just infinite stats still. Easily has this covered. Still has a Venomous available as well, potentially, which now will get great value. The best value, in fact. Yeah, there you go. And that is going to be 18 damage. And that is going to be a dead Zyrella, and that is going to be top 2.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Waterloo now. Again, just a quick... We will go into, obviously, the standings after the game.
Mhm.
Waterloo was 7th place going into Game 3. And he's
Huge.
now, getting at least top 2. Very, very good recovery.
Absolutely huge.
And that's why I think the format's really crazy, because the you do have that opportunity to actually just fight back, even if you've had a rough couple of games.
Probably worth taking the module at this point, yeah, especially being able to juice it up with the Uther. Like, the game is pretty much over at this point, so you might as well just give everything Divine Shield for raw power, even though it can potentially ruin a lot of your scaling with the magnetics. Here you see one of the great new additions for
so good.
for mech strategy, which we kind of mentioned previously, but kind of glossed over a little bit. The ability to play magnetics with a full board is a massive, massive improvement. Still looks bizarre when it zooms out like that. I don't think I will ever get used to this happening.
Minions!
Instantly pumps a second Deflecto as well.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
This is about as good as it's going to get for water.
Yep. Will take a couple of fights, though, and does have to consider, is already doing it. Has to consider Tunnel Blaster, right? Like, that's the big counter card he's going to get hit by.
Yep.
Knows it's there, so he's putting a minion with a Replicating Menace up front just to make sure that he gets a good trade and a good reset right before these Deflectos attack. Really, really nicely done.
And also now as well, there's the knowledge of the boombox, right, too, because that will play some level of information.
Yeah. Actually get some scaling value there as well before the Scrap Scraper dies. This fight's going quite nicely right now for Waterloo. Double reset as well off the Kangors, because there was a dumb hit into the Divine Shield. Nothing playing Battlegrounds makes you more annoyed at how stupid your minions are than when they just keep smashing into Deflecto Divine Shields over and over again. Just like that. Oh, yeah, attack the one that you leave at 1 HP. Great plan. Yeah, love it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, as you said, though, this will take a while, because although Waterloo's looking fairly strong, it's just not going to be tons of damage, right? The Deflectos, likely to be alive. Obviously, there's a couple of 6-drops on board, but both taunted up, so unlikely to live to see another day.
More Menace. Big fan of that. You can get, you currently have a Deflecto without a Menace on it. I think number one priority is, 2 Deflectos, 2 Menaces. Then they always reset each other more or less, right? Which is a huge buff to have.
And that's the thing as well, when you think about it from this point of view here, what else are you going to spend that money on, right? If there's a Menacing just staring straight at you.
Yep.
Is there anything that could replace this Kangors, or do you think it's just a great reset right now for Waterloo?
It's very, very, very good, particularly because you 100% know you're facing Tunnel Blaster. It's not just a tech Tunnel Blaster that your opponent has. It's a mandatory part of the board, because it's also huge. So it's staying there. So because you will have to put your minions up front to try and get the guaranteed resets on the Deflectos first, you just really want to have that nice chain of an extra reset coming through on the other side as well. Yeah, this looks pretty good.
It's the big benefit of this sort of late game with mechs. You've always got the choice to just keep going bigger because of that new magnetized style, right? Where you can just stick more and more on, and you don't have to think, right, if I sell this, what do I end on? Because that's normally the tough part of any given turn in the late game. What am I able to actually end the turn with? Whereas this is like, I'll just keep stacking mechs, it's great.
Exactly. Before the Minion remix, you'd be playing that turn, right? And you'd be like, okay, I have to sell the Kangors because it's the only thing I can sell, and I need to play more magnetics, and that just already feels bad. So I think it's a wonderful change to have made. I was going to say, we left Waterloo with only one bumper up front before the Deflectos, but it looks like he has switched back, and I am in favor of that because there are weird situations where just having your Deflecto attacking second something might not have already
Yes.
died by the time the
Yeah, yeah,
Deflecto attacks, right? Looks like there might just be a little too much this time around, though.
Maybe,
Gets the
yeah.
reset, doesn't survive the trade, though, on the other side, which means I think Waterloo is going to be cooked. We were slowly creeping towards 18 turns here as well, by the way, with the small hits coming through from Waterloo if he's going to end up winning this one. But looks like on turn 15, Shiro is going to take down the final game of Lobby A. Very, very nicely done. Super mech-centric lobby. And actually, in the end, raw stats beat mechs, which is not something that normally happens. Normally mechs very strong at beating raw stats, especially with the pile of stats you can dump on with Magnetic now, because you have a bunch of attack plus Divine Shield, which tends to beat raw stats because all your stuff doubles up, essentially, with the power of the Divine Shield. But in the end, just, 4 boogie monsters actually ended up getting over the line there in terms of raw stats, where alongside that Tunnel Blast. So,
I'm glad that wasn't one of the questions, because I would have not assumed Boogie would have won a game. But here we go. Tomb actually ending at the top with that extra 4 points for the
really nice.
game 3. Yeah, really well played. Beta Babbitt, as we said, pretty much locked it in with that 14 points as well, even though did not have the best third game. Shirosa again with the finish looking great. And then Penguin-san as well. So look at that top 4 soul there, the 4 that are going to go through.
Yeah, Beta Babbitt, Penguin-san, 2 of my picks at the start of the day. Delighted to see those going through. I will try not to gloat too much because it's in very
I feel
bad
like I've
pace.
just already lost and we've got one whole group left.
Oh, there's a long way to... It's a game of 2 halves, Raven. We're all right. You've got plenty of time. A very unfortunate position for Matsuri. Again, realizing now that, putting a prediction question on a player having a really miserable day is probably not in the greatest taste overall. But still, Matsuri finishing with 3.5 points does mean that anyone that picked no on the 4 points, or sorry, yes on the 4 points or less puzzle box question has been paid out as well. So lots of very impactful things there overall, but for the most part, top 4 players going through to tomorrow. That's the headline.
Yep, and that was just the first lobby of 2 of the day, so we're going to get the second lobby of players ready to go. But while we do that, we are just going to go to a quick break while we set them up and get them ready to play some more Hearthstone Battlegrounds. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back to Lobby Legends Spring Championship. We are here ready to get on with Group B, and I'm ready for this one, Subtle, because that first group was pretty exciting. We saw a lot of different strategies play out. We saw a lot of different types of minion type lobbies builds in there as well, and I'm excited to see what the second group brings to the table.
Yeah, I think 3 very different games in Lobby A, which leaves us in a bit of an unknown quantity because, as I said, quite often Battlegrounds tournaments kind of dictate their own meta and they kind of react to what they see early on. Players who play later react to what happened earlier. Day 2 kind of reacts to day 1. But what we saw from Lobby A there was super heavy stat scaling comps dominating in game 1, Beast dominating in game 2, and then Mechs dominating in game 3. So there's really very little to go on in terms of whether there's an optimal order strategy coming out so far in this tournament. So Lobby B just kind of have to figure things out for themselves at this point.
Yep, let's take a look at the players that are going to be competing in this group, of course. We've not really talked about them too much, had a focus on Group A earlier on today, of course. And we do have some news for that one as well. XQN will not be playing today. He has been replaced with Soren, I believe, as well. So they're going to be playing instead. So, of course, we know the graphics have XQN on them, but it is going to be Soren who is going to be playing that one out. So regardless of that, Sottle, are there any names in this group that are really sticking out for you? We can talk about the fantasy picks in a little bit, but any sort of just key names overall?
Yeah, again, you have to give the nod to Japan, the kind of mandatory Hearthstone nod to Japan at this point. Again, 4 Japanese players in this group, Alex JP, Satellite, Tessera, and Yanase. Yanase, former Lobby Legends winner, making a 3rd appearance now in the tournament, which is a very, very big deal as well. But for me, WTY Bill, or Witty Bill, as I like to refer to him. I believe Lobby Legends debut for Witty Bill, but a player that I'm always a big fan of. Whenever I'm in the same lobby with Bill, just always seems to be absolutely crushing it. I believe every time I've got to watch him or cast him in a tournament, I've been very impressed with the decisions made and the way that he's played the game. So yeah, big favourite for me.
Yeah, I was going to say important, not battleground tournaments either. We're talking about, right? We're on about standard tournaments, a name we know quite well from there. So a lot of great players, and I do, again, I'm completely with you. I just think Japan is so strong. I did think we saw some, a little bit difference, a little bit unfortunate that Matsuri and Alutimi didn't make it through. But we'll take a look at the picks now for the fancy draft. So I'm scared after what just happened. So I'm a little bit scared because the first group did not go well for me, but I have confidence in my squad for Group B.
Your picks are fairly solid, I would say, overall. My picks, unfortunately, yet again, are being displayed incorrectly. I did not pick Oliek. So hopefully we can get that fixed as well, and we can talk a little bit about who I did pick. I actually need to remind myself of who I picked.
I was going to say, who did you pick?
Yeah, so I've got WTY Bill, Tessera, and Satellite as my 3 picks for this group. Okay. So I agree with you on Satellite. Obviously, you heard me talk about Bill, there was probably a pretty good chance that Bill was going to be on my picks overall. So yeah, I think we differ fairly significantly this time around, right? Both agreeing on Satellite, but apart from that, I think big opportunity for you to pick up some much needed points in this one with how different we are.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of just a recap on the Puzzlebox questions. Of course, we've still not had a game won by an ETC. A player's not won without reaching Tavern 5, I believe.
Don't think so.
We're not going to talk about the next one. We have not reached turn 11 without an elimination yet, as far as I'm aware. We've not done 18 turns, and Sottle is... Or we both got points for that one, right? Because you got one wrong.
I got one wrong, yeah. So I think that one's already done. Less than 4 points is already done, with the correct answer being yes. All the others still up in the air going into Lobby B.
Yeah. I feel like I should get bonus points for Group A, though, because I actually didn't get a Barrows Press in wrong at all.
No, that's not how it works. You just get the points for being right in the Barrow's Blessing. That's how it works.
I thought it was like one of those shows where you just make up the points as you go along. So I'm pretty sure I'm on 8 million points right now. I'm sure that's how it works.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, just make sure to keep an eye on some of these outcomes, especially if you've done some guesses yourself. There's a lot on the line for everyone here, mainly bragging rights, but that's all we really have, isn't it? Let's be honest. So yeah, really excited for this group. Honestly, I just want to see more Lobby Legends. I just want to see more Battlegrounds because we've just had some really interesting first few games. And like you said earlier, I think it's cool to see if players will play like wildly differently or if we will see more of a, okay, this seems to be the competitive meta, right? If there's mechs in, the lobby's probably going to try and at least lean that way. Obviously, the bananas are always up for contention as well. But then we saw obviously Boogie just win, which was honestly just not something I thought I was even going to come close to seeing this weekend.
Raven, do you ever stop and reflect that the actual thing that you do for a living involves saying things like, well, the bananas are still up for grabs, and sometimes Boogie just wins? What are those words when you actually sit back and think about it?
There have been moments in my casting life where I've said a sentence and just think, wow, I just said that, and it was relevant and made sense to some people. It was what a weird world we live in right now. But yeah, I think about things like that all the time, because a lot of the time I think that I say stupid things, and they are just stupid, because that's also what I do quite well. But we are taking a look at some of the minions that have already sort of had a large impact in the games we've seen. Scrap Scraper, I would argue, has had the highest, just because nearly everyone went for it that last game. But we saw Tethys pop off earlier on, and then Rylax had been involved to at least some degree.
No, we do. This is perfect, right? This was game 1, game 2, game 3. Admiral won game 1 with the monster pirate stats. Rylac won game 2 because of Tomb with the massive scaling with Shudderwalk and then transitioning very quickly into beasts, right? And then Scrap Scraper didn't win, I guess, because it ended up being beaten by the Boogie
it was
monster
very
stuff
popular.
At the end. But yeah, it was the dominant strategy in game 3 overall. So yeah,
We're pretty good at this.
Obama gives Obama medal, I think, overall on those choices for cards. Yeah, well done.
Yeah, but we do see, again, I just want to see pigs. That's what I'm after in these next 3 games. Because I do think they have some really cool mechanics, and they can really snowball if you get, plus health, plus attack, and start stacking them, one way or the other, whether it's through a Rylac or, say, a Rivendare or something. I do think the option's there, especially if we're going to see players say, well, if you just, hit the sort of stacking blood gems, then you can actually push people out really early, because the actual stats you gain, especially with a couple of Divine Shields there as well, can get really silly very quick, right? So there's a way that maybe it might not win a game, but it could definitely push a lot of players out and maybe secure a top 4.
Yeah, I think RDU threw a little bit of a pig among the pigeons a couple of days ago. He kind of he posted a soft tier list on Twitter after all of the minion rollout, and actually put, I think it was Elementals and Quillbore as S tier in his tier list, which I think took a lot of people by surprise. With RDU arguing that a lot of the stuff that you can do, some of the sort of Tavern 4 tempo strategies that I was talking about earlier, just make them really, really consistent for plus MMR, and they might not necessarily be winning lobbies, but you can just get very few pieces and all of a sudden feel very, very strong as either of those builds. There is a strong amount of disagreement and some pushback that I've heard for that as well. With a lot of people that think Elementals and Quillbore are 2 of the weaker tribes overall, but that's kind of the disagreement that comes with Battlegrounds, right? I think in terms of player style, you'll hear this is an eternal debate as old as time, going back to constructed Hearthstone, right? Does style matter, or is there a right play and a wrong play? And I think that question is much more nebulous in Battlegrounds, because the amount of options that are available in terms of, I can buy this minion, or I can buy that minion, or I can level, or I can roll twice.
And it's not 1v1.
And it's not 1v1. So I think players will have more definable styles when it comes to Battlegrounds than they necessarily do in Constructed. And that's where a preference over things like, hyper roll, hyper economy comps that come from Pirates or whatever over some sort of tempo thing on 4 will make a big difference indeed. But yeah, certainly I think Quillbore have some tricks that they can do, and they can certainly tempo very, very heavily. Not something that I've had a huge amount of success with personally, but again, my style is be greedy and go for economy in general. So I will certainly missing some of those lines overall.
When we were playing the other day, Sol, our blood gems did at least plus 15 attack. Okay, that happened. So,
that's true. Yeah. We did have that one tempo
which is a victory in itself. I will say as well, this of course will, again, something I really enjoy about Lobby Legends is it will change a little bit over time, because today players are fighting to get top 4, to finish top 4 after 3 games, right? Tomorrow, that changes, because to actually win the tournament, you need to win one of the games a little bit later on. So that is where things like, for example, quill balls might well fall off, because if we have a player playing to win the game, win the tournament, they probably won't be going or planning to go quill balls.
Yeah, and there's also a middle ground in that where you might be at 17 points, 18 points or something. So you need to achieve step 1 first, which is reach 20 points. And if you're suddenly going into a lobby and you only need to pick up 2 or 3 points to get over that line, suddenly some sort of Tavern 4 gaming strategy does make a little bit more sense to try and just, play mechs, play Quillball, play elementals, whatever it is. Just try and stabilize for as long as possible. Let other people die around you, pick up that couple of points that you need to put the lobby into check, and then you can switch to a greedy hero, go super economy, go for the win in the next game. You really do have to be a little bit adaptable. And it's another reason why I do kind of like the format and like the system, because it's rare that if you're a very tempo-focused player, if you're a player that just finishes in 3rd place every single lobby and climbs MMR very, very easily because of it, you will at some point have to adapt to find a way to play greedier and find that win over the line. And vice versa, if you're a super high-rolly player, always looking to spike win conditions, you will have to look for those moments where your point total dictates that you just play a little bit safer and scrape out of 4th place. The argument that you can present against that is that there is still like an average MMR play, right? And you should always just go for the highest average MMR play overall, and the situation doesn't necessarily change that as much as you think it does. And that's probably where the player style versus optimal play argument then comes back into town, marching in on its horse. But yeah, I think it's an interesting discussion to have overall. So here we are.
Yeah, and just so you guys know, we are trying to, just working on getting the players all ready and good to go. I want it to be as smooth for them as possible, of course. But yeah, I'm just looking forward to this one. I think it's going to be a good one. I hope we get to see maybe some more mechs, because although we've seen a lot of mechs previously, we haven't seen them go, I would say we've not seen them really pop off, right? Because I've seen, some mech boards that really just, the stats get very, very silly if you could start doing the multi-magnetized thing. So there's definitely that. Why don't you talk to me about Undead? Because that's something that we've talked about. I think everyone's talked about. But I would say, some Undead minions are good, of course, but what's the problem? Can anyone do anything with Undead, or do you think everyone will be avoiding it like the plague?
Very good. Undead, plague, big fan. However, so there's a couple of problems, right? Is massively on your undead attack aura generally with most builds of it, right? You have lots of tokens, lots of resummons, so your goal is to get that aura of how much attack your summons have as high as possible. There are a few ways that you can do that. Rylak is one of them. There you go, center square of the bingo card. Sottle mentions Rylak again. However, you might have plus 30 on your undead attack aura. Your opponent's going to have 300 dragons or 300 pirates on the other side, right? So you're still going to need an incredible amount of resummons to be able to fight that. Then on the other side, even if you're dealing with summon comps, right? Say dragons are out, pirates are out, the Stat King builds are out, well, you're then probably in an undead beast lobby. And then beasts are better at doing summon comps than undead are, because you can get your undead attack aura as high as you can, but the beast builds are going to have reborn on everything anyway. They're going to have a rat pack that refills their entire board. They're going to be base skilling stuff out of their hand that's going to be getting massive. So just in terms of individual attacks, you're going to lose a straight up fight to beasts as well. So it's really hard to find a niche where being pure undead is the way to go. The one usefulness I think undead do have, though, which is really, really good, is the same way as I was talking about Quillball. They can splash really nicely into other builds. So, for example, the 5-drop, which gives another undead reborn, you can have that on your board alongside a Radio Star. And then you have a nice economy boost for your board, right? Because your Radio Star gets reborn, it attacks. If your opponent has a taunt, you probably get a pair of that taunt that you're going from, which is really, really nice. And then also, the Venomous Murloc is actually hybrid Murloc undead as well. So you can actually do that same thing with the 5-drop, give the undead Murloc reborn,
right,
and then suddenly you're working on a little bit of an old school poison scam kind of situation, which you can splash into a different board as well. So overall, I think undead more of a support class than it is a straight up thing that you lean into. But talking time is over, Raven. It is time for some action. We have some battlegrounds in front of us.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be game one of Lobby B here, and already some heroes we've not had a good look at so far, and I think that's the thing you kind of half forget about, is just how many heroes are actually in Battlegrounds right now. We've seen Lich King, we've seen Reno, we've seen Sky Captain, Pyramid as well. There's a lot, even AFK, which I think AFK, at least when I've played against it, sort of feels quite strong in this current meta.
Yes, AFK. This is the setup for AFK, I would say. Beasts in, demons in. Beasts in means Onster Rylak, right? That's just the absolute juice straight away. Demons in means you can hit Dancing Malkazar straight away as well, which is the absolute nuts in terms of being able to get stuff going with those free rolls early on. So lots of good stuff that are available to the AFK. I think that will be a crucial decision. You might want to consider holding on to those bandwagon picks as well until you see what AFK is cooking.
That's a
with
good
this game.
point. I'll be honest, I half forgot about bandwagon already because I'm just like staring at all the heroes like, oh, okay, well, who's playing what here? We do have Mutinous as well in the lobby for Soren, and I know you recently had a very fun Mutinous game, so we'll see if anything, any kind of big plays come out of Soren's side of the board over there.
Yeah, no Murlocs in this lobby though, which was
sure,
the game that Raven was referring to. If Murlocs are in, you can just do the hand buff stuff with Mutinous very, very easily and just dump that minion onto your board, hero power it, keep sticking it on one or two individual minions you have on board over and over again. Pick some premium stuff, make big cleaves, make big divine shields, etc. Really, really good stuff, but not something that's available in this lobby.
Doing great out there.
Both of us just go a little quiet as we got our bandwagon picks in at the same time.
Oh, we did the same!
Oh, we did do the same as well. I didn't even notice.
I picked it first. Just saying. We see Lee take a nice early little swipe at Reno there. Just going to start working on that armor. But here we go. This is where things might...
Disaster!
This is where things might change.
Okay, Legion Overseer is in that Demon pool as well, of good 3-drops to be able to hit, as I was mentioning earlier. Demon's really, really good choice to have available. Not a powerful minion type overall, I would say, but in terms of just spiking stuff immediately on turn 3.
Oh! Okay, so is this going to be like pig into micro? I think that's what's going to happen. Or
yeah,
maybe
tough turn to finish, right?
Could it have been pig into level?
Okay, level, yeah. I respect
that. Okay, yeah.
You can just double buy on the next turn, right? 2-5-3 should still be enough to win you the fight, you would expect. It won't be, as it turns out, but you would expect... Oh, no, because there's a blood gem coming down as well, actually, so it will still be enough to win this fight against the 3-6.
Soren looking quite good, though, with the 3-6, already getting there. Got a low flyer as well off that, so... Not looking too bad. That minion looks a little bit more scary when it's paired with Mutinous.
Changed. I've hopped on the AFK bandwagon.
Okay. I'm going to stick then.
Okay.
Unless... No.
Unless... So yeah, just a reminder of how the bandwagon stuff works. Obviously, you can't see me doing this, but I made a choice on turn 2. I then changed that choice on turn 3. I'm allowed to do that as many times as I want. The only penalty is that I've now done it a turn later. It's the turn you choose which affects the amount of points that you have.
Okay, Sewer Rat with the Prophet coming down as well. Looks like Lee has a triple on offer.
Yep.
With the M. Too bad at all.
From the information we have, Reno and Nozdormu are both still on Tavern 2. Neither of them are power leveled, and both characters whose hero power has not had a significant impact on the game just yet. I think unless you have some sort of indication otherwise, Nozdormu is likely to have seen slightly better shops than Reno at this point in the game, right? That's the only tiebreaker that I can really think of.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky though, because there are some pretty big Harvest Golems on Reno's side, I believe, yeah. Or at least one big Harvest Golem, should I say.
Well, this 4-6 is going to get the job done.
Pick up for Nozdormu though.
And... Oh, you big dum-dum. What have you done? Honestly. It's always the subtle pick.
Yeah, I don't know if Lee gets phone a friend or not with Barov. I don't know if that's how it works. Just give Sottle a quick call.
You just pick Barov and then just phone the casters. Like, so I've got
Who's
Reno
winning?
versus Nozdormu. Can you check their boards for me, please?
Yeah.
You just ring up Lorinda, like, hey, you can see all 8 boards, right?
Yeah, just to confirm, that is not what happens.
No, absolutely not. Can we have a check-in back with the AFK, please? See how things have progressed from here, if at all possible.
Unless it's Lorinda that's AFK. Oh, wait, can I still change?
Nope, turn 5, baby.
Oh.
Just to wrap things up, Mind Muck does actually not do anything in combat. There was a tweet originally, I think, from Gia who said, for a second, the shop eating effects did actually work with Rylak in combat in a certain build. But they quickly removed that one because it feels like just eating your opponent's minions.
I would have loved that.
Yeah.
I would have loved that. I'm a big fan of like historic like battlegrounds metas where it is just one comp you go for and everyone goes for it and whoever gets it wins. That's my kind of battleground.
Right, but when it's a Tavern 3 minion with a 1-drop or a 2-drop, I think that's probably a little bit too much.
It's like turbo mode battlegrounds, right? It would be great.
Yeah. Alright, going to take a small hit here is AFK. Oh, that's the worst hit in the end, though, in terms of cutting down damage. 7, probably a little bit too much for Satellite to be taking.
Wait a minute, Satellite's on my pick! Whoa.
Let's have another look at Satellite for a turn, if at all possible here. This could be crucial turn. Satellite needs to get very strong very quickly from this position.
Destroy you, makes you strong.
Thank you very much. Oh, hello. Are we going to see a second player skip Elemental? No, okay. Whoa!
Oh my.
Yo! Are we paying 3 health for a 9/7? I think we are, right? It gets us so strong so quickly. Yeah, love it. Absolutely love it.
Oh, again.
I think we're good. I think we're good.
Take another.
I think we're good, actually.
Triple. Get ready.
Do you know what? I think we're okay. You could still freeze this, because next turn you can go, like, level and then buy the Picky Eater. Yeah, and then the Picky Eater is just massive next turn for tempo. It's worth considering, I think.
Sora has a nice selection of options here. Utility Drone, Boombox, Murazond. Not sure who they fought last for that Murazond, I apologize, but either way, it's not a bad set of options.
No, they are very mono minion, it appears, from just the state of this board. There's like a 20/20 Picky Eater and not a lot else, it looks like, going on. Oh no, they have a Jessie as well. Okay.
Do you think as well, like, in a worst case scenario, like, Boombox is just a good minion, right? It's not like, oh, I need to be mechs now. It is just good. It does enough, especially this early in the game. Oof.
Oh my god, look at the state of this.
And the problem is, this is milking and winning, right? Or at least doing enough.
Oh, wins the fight, though. Just the breakpoints not end up being good enough. Boombox absolutely defended.
Oh,
and
15.
Puts the AFK in damage cap range. Huge outcome for the AFK. For Satellite. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Every turn, it's just like, oh, you wanted the perfect stuff? Here's the perfect stuff.
Would you like to know more?
I think you discover a minion that you're selling, probably. Like if they're honestly, I think the best outcome here would have been Tortol and Blue Shell, right? Because you want Parrot. Do you not want Parrot? I mean, it's a little risky because you're mono taunt.
Yes.
So if you go second, you're sad.
I was even looking at the bronze.
That's what I mean, right? Like Blue Shell, you could sell 2 or 3 minions from your board alongside the Blue Shell and just buy this whole shop and be very happy about it.
To be fair, you could take a good minion, sell the 7/4, and sell the other dog.
Yeah, true.
Ooh.
This is kind of what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, you take a battle cry to sell, and then buy the Parrot. Yeah, this is exactly what
Satellite all in.
Yep.
Soul's new favorite player.
Absolutely. I mean, 100%. Finally. Finally, someone that plays like me.
Oh, again. Now with Reborn from the Lich King. See, now we're getting a full-on Rylak game.
Yeah. Find someone that looks at you the way Sottle looks at Rylac.
Yep. And in a minute, we will kind of check in with WTY Bill just to see if that Reno hero power has been used or not.
Good shout.
I think, wait. It's a 612 golden, but I'm not sure what it is.
Good battle, friend.
612?
On there,
Scraper?
WTY Bills. Oh, it's golden scrappy. Okay. A lot of stats left, but that
Why
Ooh,
Satellite just gets
that's
15 to this turn? Have we ever thought about
again, double-edged sword for me. It's on my fancy
does
pick,
seem
but
unlikely.
you picked him for the win. Let's have a little look.
Yeah, Reno hero power on the Scrap
Okay.
Scraper. Yep, all in on the mechs.
Yep. WTY Bill's just
Bill.
one annoying module away from a good time right now.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Sign me up. That was a beautiful shot. Duo to start cooking, let him cook, pick up a couple of extra Scrap Scrapers alongside the course of the game, but then also just the... My goodness, what is that called? Imp Matron? Something? Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Matron, yeah.
Yeah, cool. Picking that up as well, double 2-in-1 whammy, right? You have the taunts and you have the Death Rattle summons as well, so you're going to get really, really good milk from the Scrap Scraper here as well. Really good stuff.
Yeah, and the fact it's golden, like, this board might not look that good right now, but honestly, fast forward 1 to 2 turns, and we could be seeing fireworks from WTY Bill.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you make of Pyramid, by the way, as well? Because we've not really had too much time with Oliek so far this game, but Pyramid definitely not a bad hero, but maybe more of a gain MMR hero as opposed to win lobby hero. Would you agree?
Yeah, I'll be 100% honest with you. I have played 0 games of Pyramid in this meta and probably in the Buddy meta as well. Pyramid is just one of those heroes. Generally, if there's a hero that's like press a button, gain some stats, my brain just falls out of my ears when I see it. Like I just get bored playing those types of heroes and tend to avoid them. So
Whereas I played Pyramid today.
there you go.
Hey!
Like where you going with this?
But yeah, it definitely felt like you were never gonna get like 6th to 8th, but you're never getting first. It was my experience, and from what I've seen from other players as well.
Sure. All right, let's see the milk. Gets the double drop from the Imp, single drop from the Taunt, a little bit of protection. So that is 2 cards. Ooh, nice value trade as well on the Quill Ball.
And the boombox actually kind of doing WTY Bill a favor, right? Because those
Needs a
blasts
value
were-
trade. Gets it! Oh, the value trade on the Scrapscape is so huge. That's 2 more cards. There was a 1 in 3 that he had to hit to get the VT, and that's 2 plus 2 cards and wins the fight because of the value trade as well. That was such a huge
Insane.
1 in 3 at the end.
Oh, Lee going down to 6 health on the barrow there.
How's it going out there?
Can we get a satellite check, please? Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is the stuff. I was going to say, you're getting your Felemental triple, right? I'm not sure what's happening here if we're not getting a Felemental triple.
Yeah, gonna start stacking that Battle Master as well.
Yeah, board positioning is very awkward here. And I don't think he can really afford to
Wow.
greed too much. So I think he has to all in the Mind Eater that he has in hand as well for max stats.
This is
Which
good
might
news and
involve-
bad news.
Selling out something awkward that you had on board. But anyway, we are back in mech world here. Lee needs a mech to put this stuff on before he really gets started.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to be
This is
dropping it
gonna
on
have
your
to-
scrap scrapers.
Yeah, is this really gonna have to be a played? Oh, it is. Okay.
Ooh, he does drop it on the scrap scraper. Alright. Yeah, I mean 6 HP, I guess, right? No time to be messing around.
Yeah, I'm actually just surprised that this. I guess this was the idea. I think I would have looked at, because of the extra gold, just do another roll for like 1 roll for a mech for 1 gold
Sure.
just to see. But no, Lee decided to just dump it on 1 scrap scraper and see what happens. Got the choice now between Sky Captain Crag and Nosdormu. Crag has used the hero power, I believe. We did see Yana say a little bit earlier.
Oh, okay, didn't take note of that. But good to know.
I'm sure they used it. did see Oliek as well a little bit just before. I was just talking about how good Pyramid was. Oliek sitting at the top, going down to 21 now as well.
Oh, double milk on the taunts is huge. I think this is the better outcome in terms of juice
Yep.
than
Banana
getting
Boy as
2
well.
imps. Double 3-2 is obviously a little bit more tempo, but this gives you the taunts for a bit longer for security.
How hard is WTY Bill going to get hit here, though?
I mean, damage cap is still on, so can't die, but that, that banana slammer
Yeah, that's what I mean.
had a significant impact on the outcome of this fight in terms of damage taken. And it looks like he might get capped. Yep, absolutely going to get damage capped here.
Yeah. Wow. Really rough outcome there for WTY Bill.
No, oh, okay. Nice board. Big fan.
It's really tricky now as well, because with Tesura sitting at 14, also in the danger zone, I was even just glancing at that parrot, you know, because of Boombox, like, and even this matron. It's a significant amount of extra damage.
Where are we? Turn 10, yeah,
Full
too late to
Reaper
start Callieing for sure.
Yeah. Full Reaper with Uther, though, is going to get you places.
Go ahead
It will.
and hire one of these recruits.
Satellite has not lost a single point of HP since those couple of early hits that you had to take to set up. Still hanging around on 15. And Lobby's starting to equalize as well, right? Everyone else is starting to get dragged down to Satellite's level in terms of health total.
Oh, wait. Wasn't it turn 11 with no kills?
Yes, yes it was.
It's turn 10.
It
so
is turn 10. Great shout.
There's a chance.
There is a chance.
Oliek picking up the general. Definitely a
Yeah,
strange
just
board, though.
checking wording exactly. Yes, will a game reach turn 11? So if everyone survives this fight, then we have a yes on a puzzle box question again.
And this is kind of the point of what I was talking about earlier, right? In my experience with Pyramid, it's like, Oliek's got a nice amount of stats, but none of it looks game-winning, does it?
Nope.
This might just be game-losing, actually, because it's going to clean up a lot.
Still has a 30-30 left hanging out over on the left-hand side, though.
Yeah,
and
but
these
boom, boom.
booms are going to hit some 1-1s. Not relevant. Oh, 1 HP, though! Not what you want to be seeing. Survival, though. Loses. Oh, tie!
Oh, tie,
Tie's
yeah,
huge.
tie.
Tie's
Big.
huge for the puzzle box. I think we might have got there.
Go on.
Turn
Oh, the
11
reset.
incoming.
That's enough.
Pause champies.
Yeah, so they're fine over there.
Yeah.
Oh, only
Lee
one!
wins the fight. Ding, ding, ding! Welcome to turn
okay.
11. We did it.
There we go, wow. Quite the rarity, I didn't see it coming. I can't remember what I said, I want to say no.
I was going to say, did we both have yes? I'm
think
pretty sure I had yes.
Oh, I don't know. I'm scared to even think about it at this point.
Oh, Baron as well now. Oh, it's all so filthy. The Felemental's gone, though. Ooh. The Felemental's gone.
Do you think being on 15 has done this for Satellite?
I think
Well,
being on
at the
15 has
time.
done this, but at the same time, you are now in first place. So
Yeah, but I wonder when they've sold the Felemental, right? Because... So yeah, it depends when they sold it, right? Because if they
For sure,
sold it
yeah.
before all of this happened, then yeah, fair enough.
it may have just been going right then as we cut in. I'm not sure. There was a minion being sold. I didn't quite catch what it was. It might have just been the Felemental at that point.
Only going up to Tavern Tier 5 this turn. Also tricky as well, because it going this long without anyone dying means that there's no safety turns, right? No ghost fights that are normally happening by now.
Yeah, no ghost fights, and now no one in the lobby can abuse damage cap, right? Because everyone is below 15
Yeah.
anyway. So this is, you know, there is a real threat of just getting 8th from a position that would have felt pretty strong for you a couple of turns ago.
What an absolutely brutal first game, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if we see just like 4 players die
Good tactical
together.
choice.
It's inherently possible, honestly.
Yeah.
Just an absolute Thanos snap of a turn and just half the lobby dies.
Win this thing.
Well, let's see. We versus Yanase on the other side of this board against Soren. Oh, that was what a champion. Just tanked that those hits.
Looks like good refreshes are going to come on the Divine Shields, though, because these 1-1s are going to delay the attack order significantly now for Yanase.
Peeled one.
Yeah, it does get one out there.
Oh,
and that's,
the Leroy, though.
Leroy hit the biggest target, which means this is going to be going down for Soren. And that's is lethal
right?
damage as well. So Yanase is going to be one of, if not our only, first players out in this spot.
Oh! Oh, looks like a win there, right, for Lee? Oh, wait, no. Too much. Lee's going as well.
Lee's going as well. And so is the Reno. Witty Bill has bitten the dust as well.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Huge, huge swing. Not the 4 players we predicted, but 3 players all going down here. And now Tsura, my friend, what have you been doing since the last time we've been over here? Golden Drakari, Golden Duo, Golden Lightfang. This is kind of the end of turn king board that I was talking about a couple of games ago when we were recapping Lobby A. This is exactly
Just
the
full
kind of thing I was
investment
talking
banking
about.
at this point.
Yeah, true.
Ooh.
This is a good pick. Well done, Lorinda. This is a close fight, I think. And it's a very hidden close fight as well. What are we on? This is 4, right?
Cells coming out.
Straight shot coming down. Interesting. So as we haven't had a recap, if you're wondering what's going on right now, if you are watching on Twitch, you will see the Tavern Buddy extension. If you haven't been doing this all day, you've missed out on a little bit of fun, but you can still join in. Open up the Twitch extension, the Tavern Buddy, pick a winner of this fight under the Barov's Blessings section. Baron pickup, does that do anything? Not really.
Yeah, no. Oh, a lot of gold, though.
A lot of gold, yeah. Very close. Yeah, we have agreed.
I do just want to.
Here.
I do try and let the viewers know at home. Sol purposely waits for me to make a prediction first before then.
That's not true.
Deciding to
I'm
copy
just
me.
I wait until 1 second is left on the rope. Like if you do it with 3 seconds left on the rope, that's not my problem, is it? Come on.
Need an admin over here to check this out.
But this is what I mean by concealed close fight, right? If you looked at the raw numbers on the board, it didn't look particularly close. But then when you factor in all of that end of turn scaling that was coming in from the Golden Lightfang, the Fort, and the Golden Drakari.
And the normal Lightfang.
And the normal Lightfang as well. This one got a little bit closer down to the wire.
Oh, it's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage indeed.
Just
5, 9, 12, 14. Yep, it's going to be a kill.
Okay, so that's at least Oliek gone now. Sorry, Soren, Oliek's Pyramid. Oh, never mind, that's at least Oliek gone now. Makes sense. Got him.
You're a prophet.
Yep.
Mega Alex picking up a ghost fight. Very, very much appreciated, I'm sure, in that scenario. But now has to fight Satellite, which, yeah, I think it's time for a Satellite update, if we can. Beep, 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 beep. Breaking news from Satellite.
Oh,
Yeah,
looking
pretty good. Pretty good.
Looking alright. There's just an imp on the board now with 1 million health.
Yeah, so fairly early on, and I think sensibly so. I will concede at this point that I would have greeded Felemental for longer than Satellite did here. And I think Satellite has made a much better decision than I would have done. Satellite switched very early to the Battle Master, right? Which is a temporary tempo buff as opposed to a permanent value buff, right?
Yeah.
Because the Battle Master will get huge in combat, but it then resets because in combat buffs are fake. They're not real. You don't keep them for the rest of the game. So that's kind of the key with Rylak a lot of the time is you have to find ways to cheat, right? Like the undead buff minion says buff your attack for the rest of this game, therefore it sticks past the end of the combat. Felementals affect the shop, so it's not an in-combat buff because it's affecting the shop. Blood gems can add blood gems to your hand. Coins can add coins to your hand. Dracazath can add dragons to your hand, so you get to keep your hand at the end of the fight. There's lots of ways that you can cheat and kind of break that rule of in-combat stuff not being permanent. But Satellite kind of gave up on some of that stuff and went, no, I'm just going to be strong for every fight in the rest of the game from this point, which, yeah, smart stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, when we're in game 1 of a 3-game lobby, you have that option of saying, you know what, I'm just not going to get blasted out of this game, right? And I'll just start pushing other players out, which will naturally increase my points. So,
it's so big.
And it's still at the point in the game, because we've not seen any mega accelerated comps, right? So, like, just this health and 37 attack is enough. Because a lot of the time, even this volume of health would not be enough against some other comps, right? Because they're hitting for hundreds. But 37 in this in this lobby, in this game, seems to be good enough.
You see that sometimes with the upbeat elemental, right? If you get a golden upbeat elemental and it starts copying and doubling its own health over and over again, you'll see like a several thousand health elemental, but it only has like 4 attack or whatever. And you just have your fight is about 3 minutes long, but you don't end up doing enough damage to get over the line. But when you're in situations like this, as Lorinda will be very keen to remind you, if you have a 200 health minion and you add 1 attack to that minion, you've just got a lot stronger because that health pool will allow you to have multiple attacks over and over.
And it looks like Tesura survived the ghost fights. That was an easy extra point. These are the sort of little things you hope for when you play in this kind of format, right? Is, oh, if there's 3, I really want to be, the one fighting the ghost, because that might just be 1 more point towards qualifying for tomorrow.
I mean, Tesura is cooking this game.
And I'm loving this console.
It's great. And if there's one thing you want to do to beat up on Rylak greeders, big cleave. Big cleave is the end of all Rylak boards. And it's going to decimate this Battle Master if it connects properly in 1 hit. The question is, though, does Tesura know what's on the other side from Satellite?
That's a good point. I was also wondering, like, how much this normal Light Fang is sticking around or
it's
not.
Just an innocent Light Fang.
It's just a normal Light Fang.
It's innocent Light Fang.
You've got to think now, it's tricky because the 4-6 and the other Light Fang, but even just looking at this Selfless, right, it's like, oh, hang on a minute, if you get an extra Divine Shield,
that's it, right? You need to find a tech card that is worth, and I'll tell you what, Cinderai Straight Shot is worth. Small, here's another good tech card to fight Rylak players. Small Cinderai Straight Shot. You don't want to kill the Rylak. You just want to attack it, have it live, and then it doesn't have taunt anymore, and you get a free attack at everything else. You expose the meaty center of your opponent's board. Oh, these players have definitely seen each other's boards before with the way this positioning
yeah.
But there you go, single solitary snipe on that Battle Master. That's a huge outcome, though, hitting the Golden Demon instead of the Rylak. Pumping infinite health around everywhere else on the board. Misses it the second time, though, which is a big loss. And yeah, not going to be enough. 370 health on this Baron is not going to get there, I'm afraid.
Yeah. The old 18 attack is just not cutting it anymore.
No. Is there a live angle? There might be a live
hope
angle.
not.
I think there is a live angle. Start going right, please. Yep.
Take him down!
Now attack that taunt instead of the 100 attack. Okay.
It's like Helm's Deep.
Still alive though, right? Still alive, yeah. Still alive.
One more go. And this is where the mind games begin.
Indeed. So tech card search has to be on Satellite here. Tough to know what you'd really be looking for. Leroy would be huge. You could just pop a Leroy next to your taunts and let the cleave smash into it and take care of itself. I think that could be a potentially big winner for you. Leroy is dangerous, though, because you have Reborn Parrot on board, and Parrot Leroy has pretty horrific anti-synergy.
It's a big boom.
Taking a roll for Golden Battle Master, sure. The Rylak just went? Yeah, the Rylak just went. Guaranteeing the Death Rattle proc on the Trickster, right? Which I think is smart.
Yeah, it's probably worth more overall, because that's the problem, right? You could give something with maybe more attack. But that's it, right? There's only really one attacking card for Satellite right now, which is the Imp.
Leroy first, then Parrots? Surely not. Surely not.
I like where you're going with this.
Oh!
You're doing great out there.
Interesting. Okay, so he is going for the taunt next to the cleave thing that I was talking about, but he now has this loss condition of the Parrots whiffing. And Cinderai Straight Shot has been picked up as a tech card as well. Oh, 1 in 7 snipes the Parrot? Are you kidding?
Oh! Okay, so Leroy's gained arguably too much health.
Okay, Trickster gets pumped anyway, so no Parrot value to be had.
This is so strange.
And then the cleave just smacks it anyway.
And just doesn't kill it.
This is a dumb fight.
Oh, this reborn attack could be huge. Yep.
And that's game.
Yeah,
It is
Tesoro's
game
gonna
over
take
right
it.
there. Yeah.
Wow, really weird end game, and I kind of love it. Like, it was definitely on Satellite to make something happen there and do a bit of a switch, but Tesora's comp was really cool there. With that sort of the end turn comp. Again, just another thing we're talking about. It's not like, oh, it's, you know, it's this exact mech comp again, or it's this, that, and again. We did get to see this really cool and, again, creative comp of just this end of turn effects with the Light Fangs and the Golden Drakari making it work. And that was really cool to see. So, again, I know Tesora, I think, is on your fantasy team. But regardless of points between ourselves, I'll never be upset at seeing some great gameplay. So, congratulations for Tesora taking that one.
Yeah, also nearly got fully rewarded for the bandwagon pivot. I pivoted from WTY Bill to Satellite, which, you know, did improve my points overall, but nearly managed to pick up the win on that one as well. But yeah, really, really interesting endgame for sure. And nice to see the end of turn stuff happening, because I did talk about it. All starting, of course, with the Drakari Enchanter upbeat duo interaction, and then you use those two cards to feed each other. You can just start tripling stuff at will. Very, very powerful stuff. Very well played from Tesora.
Yeah, that was just game one. If you just joined us throughout that game, just a quick reminder, we've only got 2 more games left for today, so make sure you stick around to catch them. We are going to go to a quick break while we set up game number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello everyone and welcome back. We are getting ready to go into our second game, but before we do so we have a couple of announcements just in terms of the Tavern Buddy system you have on Twitch. Just for the fantasy picks, if you pick XQN, you will automatically be given Soren, so you won't miss out on a whole pick. You still have a player in there, and although those numbers will not immediately update, once today's stream is over, that will all update ready for tomorrow. So again, just to quickly go over it, if you picked XQ in your fancy picks, you will get Soren instead.
And we can see what the other most popular picks were alongside this. Oliek taking home the crown in terms of popularity vote with 45%. No great surprise. French community together strong. We certainly know that to be a fact from many, many years of various competitive Hearthstone stuff. But overall, pretty even spread of picks across the board, I would say, especially as XQN, who I'm sure was a very popular pick. All of those people are now over rooting for Soren as well, so boosting up his numbers a little bit.
Yeah, and see a lot of respect as well for Satellite and Yanase players. You know, Battleground Lobby Legends followers will, of course, know. Satellite picking up the second place there to Sora with that very impressive first. And then a pretty even spread after that. Like, honestly, I think you're only feeling good about things if you're Tesora and Satellite right now, because just of how even, you know, Yanase, WTY, Bill, and Lee going out together, meaning 1 point each, keeping that even, and then Oliek and Soren going 3.5 points each as well. So, as usual with this format, Sotol, everything up for grabs.
Yeah, triple kill into double kill means that there are definitely still 2 slots to fight for and 6 players fighting for it. And that's not to say that the top 2 have locked up those places either. Like, they can have disastrous performances, but they are in the driver's seat for sure. But no one really looking out of it just yet. Will have a much better picture after game 2, you would imagine. But as Raven said, very even spread with the sort of rapid-fire deaths in synchronicity, making it all the way to turn 11, fulfilling the puzzle box question, and then everyone just getting smoked in rapid succession from there.
And just touching on the fact that we've seen so many different comps right now, are there any, I know it's difficult because they're pretty flexible, but are there any significant comps we haven't seen yet?
Good question.
Again, I guess Undead doesn't count. But we've seen End of Turn, we've seen Mechs, Beasts, Dragons. What am I not thinking about?
Pirates, APM
Pirates
we've
seen,
seen, yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah,
is Quillbore a significant comp? I don't know. I guess that's the next thing, right?
We haven't really seen Quillbore have an impact yet. We haven't seen Elementals have an impact yet. And Elementals do have a couple of builds you can go for. Nomi kind of sucks, but Nomi always kind of sucks until it doesn't, right? Like,
right.
You can just hit the nuts on an early Nomi and come away with it. And then there is, of course, the upbeat elemental scaling that I was talking about as well. There's a lot of ways to go about it. Quillbores we haven't seen have any significant impact. But in terms of, like, the big hitters, for me, I feel like we have seen most of what I would be looking to play in most lobbies that I queue into so far throughout the tournament.
And speaking of big hitters, Sottle, so far we've got Satellite on Shudderwalk and Tesora on Scabs as well, which can definitely cause some havoc. So we'll have to see Soren going for the old extra health, which is not something I thought I would see this weekend.
Yeah, I was talking about this recently with some Battlegrounds people, and for me, I picked 2 types of heroes, basically, right? Mega economy heroes that have the opportunity to scam, so your Gallywixes, your Millhouses, your Shudderwalks, those kind of things, right? I suppose this category is like things that can cheat win conditions. So you can put like a Reno in there as well, right? Because Reno can just cheat a win condition by pressing a hero power. If that's not true, I want infinite amounts of health, right? I want 20 armor,
so you can do whatever,
or
right?
I want 60 health, so then I can just live long enough to do something broken with the cards in the game instead of the hero power, for example. So those are the 2, quote, good types of heroes to me, and it's all the stuff in the middle that I just find a little bit wishy-washy and stay away from generally.
Yeah, well, we are going to be able to check in with Leah in a little bit, no rush, but he is playing Voon as well, which, again, we spoke about a little bit earlier, how crazy some of those plans can be when you've been able to duplicate cards in hand, so we'll see if that pays off or not. But I think overall, hero-wise, not, like, super strong lobby in terms of hero choices, but definitely some standouts.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, hello. Apologies if we've been there and I missed it, but did we see if Shudderwalk got a battle cry on turn 1 this game? Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, there you go.
Okay, nice. Bad news for Satellite, but good to know either way.
You're doing great out there.
This is the first time I've been involved in, the picks and playing these mini games. It is really difficult.
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ooh, 3-on-3 Reno. Interesting.
I like it.
Battle is really raging.
He's going to, Yannisei going for that big spike.
Crucial decision for Lee. First copy turn of the game. Needs to decide what he wants to go with here. Can just buy from this, or he can go rolling to look for something. He can go sell, double buy, and hold one. Huh. Starting the turn with freeze was not where I was expecting things to go this turn. Tough shop, honestly. This is one of the downsides of Voon, is that you kind of remove the option of going, this sucks, I'm going 3-on-3 from the game. Like, it's just really not a viable thing because you don't ever really get to make the copy. Okay, so he's going to go double Corpse Refiner, and then he's freezing the other two minions because they are good milkers for the Corpse Refiner.
Yeah, this is what I was initially looking at. I'll be honest, I probably didn't go far enough flat down to keep the freeze. But yeah, getting the 3-1 with the extra coin next turn and then the Corpse seems decent. Because not the best minion in the world, it's not really a full build around, but it might pay off later on, right? Early damage kicking out there from Oliek.
You're good at this.
Oh, okay. Already got the triple locked up. Is this about the time for some spam leveling, Sottle? Is this where Oliek's at right now?
Could very well be, yes. Triple locked up coming in a number of turns. So you kind of need to make the decision now as to whether you want a 5, whether you want a 6, what you want to be looking at. It's a very simple rule. If you have a triple waiting in the shop, the amount of gold that you have when you pressed the hero power that froze it is essentially the tavern minion that you will get if you then level every turn from that point. So if you hero powered it on 6 gold, it'll end up as a 6 drop. It's just a really easy way to remember it.
Tricks of the trade here. This is a little extra bonus content from Sol, giving away secrets. I like it. Now here, though, as N'Zoth. Interesting choice of death rattles, Sol. Scourfin or Radio Star?
I mean, this is don't think, take Radio Star for me 100 times over. You have the fish, so it's just mega economy all day long, which I love seeing. But at the same time, Scourfin is the opposite, right? You could just absolutely milk Scourfin for an inch of its life. Oh, well, okay.
Oh, the play around.
Oh, get robbed. 4-on-4.
Yeah, Soren already on Tavern Tier 4. And doing what you said, right? Taking the extra health and saying, instead of playing like a normal game, what do I want to do with this health?
What is that shop?
Bad, Sol.
Set it all on fire and give me something else, please.
At least there's an arguable free roll, yeah.
Okay.
Much
actually saved.
Yeah. Overseer into Matron, yep.
Yeah, Ring Matron, not Imp Matron. There we go.
The ring of death.
Just O Matron.
Just, yeah, indeed. Oh, Matron. Yeah, when you 4-on-4, I think Matron is the #1 card you want to see. It's one of the biggest stat sticks available in the game if you get it super early, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, nice little triple available for Lee in the near future. Guessing that's is gonna greed this and level it.
I feel like you might just take it now, just because I don't think I can retain self-respect while buying any of these other minions. Okay, Lee disagrees. I suppose, actually, you have infinite gold, right? Probably already. You probably
just level buy next turn.
Yeah, but you can't sell either of the pirates to take triple, so it's still a little bit awkward. Honestly, might have just taken a 4 in that spot. Hard to say.
Yeah. It's always difficult because we don't know what Lee's going for, right? Because, again, early on in this meta, I would say, as well, is that you just, and in general, I guess, for Battlegrounds, you're just buying good stuff, and then your hit defines a lot of your build. So Soren here definitely just trying to... not a lot of this goes through, but we can see this is not the comp he really wanted to run into.
Okay. Patchwork will be wanting these to go left. They do not go left.
Oh, okay.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, decent
Yeah,
fight.
not bad at all. Only 3 extra damage from the minions. I think that's reasonable, considering how aggressively he's leveled.
Yeah, so what, 4-on-4 for the Patchwork, still lost the next fight, and they have as much health as Shudderwock starts the game with, pretty much. So you can kind of see what the strategy is with the hero. That's an incredibly early underhanded dealer, and you get 2 of them. Yeah, sure. I like it. Actually, yeah, looking at it, I suppose I'm not thinking Voon when I was talking last turn, because this lines up so perfectly to just get the 5-drop triple into your hand, into the dupe. So yeah, this makes perfect sense, actually. However, this works out really nicely for Oliek, who I believe was working on a pretty greedy curve with Maev, and now is going to get a very nice fight again against a very weak opponent. And if we can take a look at what Oliek is doing with his triple action. Does have that double imp or triple imp locked up.
I think just a lot of dudes. There's a couple of the Risen Riders on there as well.
Classic dudes.
Just stuff.
Oh, he's taking the 5.
Perfect time.
Okay. So I think if Oliek had literally seen what his opponent was working with on the other side, he would have just held on to this, because, yeah, he's already big enough to be winning the fight on the other side. And just walking away with a Light Fang from all of his early game hard work is not really ideal, it has to be said.
It's tricky, isn't it? Because like Light Fang is immediate, but Blanchy is just the better minion overall. But obviously Oliek's just nowhere around the scenario of Blanchy being good. And I don't think beasts are in here, right?
Right, exactly. Yeah. Blanchy's in for undead. There's no beasts, so that does make it significantly weaker, because you don't have the opportunity to do banana shenanigans with it.
Oh wait, there's no Naga either, is there?
There's Naga. They had Glow Scale in the triple just then.
So Glow Scale. Yeah, sorry, yeah. Because that's another one that can work with Blanchy, right? If you start stacking the buffs.
Yeah.
Satellite. Push it. Nothing too amazing coming from this Shudderwock though, right? In terms of the hero power. Yet. Joke's definitely going to help though.
Yeah, had to go a long time really without a good choice for the Shudderwock hero power. Been left wanting a little bit.
It definitely feels like the other end of the stick from what we saw from Shudderwock earlier today, right? Where it was just the juice, whereas this is just the scraps. At some point as well, I'd love to jump over to Yanase. We are going to check out Lee first, just seeing getting that doubling up from the Voon from the previous turn.
Wait, what's happening? I guess nothing's been sold yet, right? I was like, why is actions happening without the dealer on board? But no, I guess no gold has been gained yet at this point, so it kind of makes sense. That's a Peggy. I think we probably want one of those. That's a Peglin.
Oh, subtle. Are you proud?
Oh yeah, this is the stuff right here. This is it's just a triple printing machine, right? You just get 4 copies of the first minion that you attack into.
It's very funny.
Yeah, this is great. So what you want to do now is queue into N'Zoth, and then you just snipe their fish with your radio star right at the start. Yeah.
So it'll go straight to, not how can I win, how can I hold the most cards?
Correct. That's what this game's about. Whoever has the most cards in their hand at the end of the turn is winning.
Ready to ride. And they're getting buffed as well. That's actually really strong, isn't it? You fill your hand and then buff them.
But it's actually annoying, because I think the way those stats got distributed, only one of the buffs is going to triple into the triple, because they landed at the extreme edges.
Oh! 1 health!
1 health is all you need, Raven, when you're being a greedy boy.
Yeah, can't buy the demon dog, though.
True. Well, those all kind of sucked, didn't they?
Yeah. I was even looking at Mantid to just try and not die. I guess just Yanase going, you know what? I need to go all in here.
Oh, what is happening?
Like, what does Yanase even need to hit or get to not die?
I think
facing a Voon next.
Yeah, I think you just play the Boogie Monster turn this turn, right? You just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as best you can, or like 1 to 5 because 6 will be a little bit tricky.
Yeah, already had the one in hand. Sorry, with that extra Risen Rider, which was nice. Does have the Gambler for 2. He's getting
And that
there.
might involve having to bail out of the Scar. Yeah, I respect it. Wait, you just played the 1 first? I guess you had to. Yeah, sure. And then you go 3, 4, 5. And you just play double Baron or double Titus, I guess, if we're being official.
Rivendell.
Better hire a recruit.
Yeah, you just rock this on board. Yeah, sure. Okay. Triple printing machine activate. Cross your fingers and pray.
Oh, I really, really hope Yadase survives, just because I need to see this in action for a little bit longer, because it is disgusting but glorious.
Have a good battle, friend.
Like, come on. Why wouldn't you want to play the game like this? Surely this is more fun.
Ooh. Right, so now hit the gnomes.
Okay, VT. VT is big.
Oh.
This looks fine. This looks fine.
Peggy's. Wait, Peggy's with this?
Double golden Peggy with a triple printing machine, and you're alive, and you 15'd your opponent. Okay, not yet. No, you did. You 15'd your opponent. You always play Mega Greed. You always play Mega Greed. This is the way.
Nice work.
So stupid, but so great.
What do you mean, sell a Baron? All right, I revoke your Mega Greed card. No, it's over. It's gone.
So there's a line. You can greed. Oh my! You can greed too much. It's got to be Tethys, right?
I mean, one of those cards does say Tethys on it.
Yeah, one of those cards is just infinite money because you're gaining about 8 gold per turn. Oh, I guess not anymore with the Baron's gun.
No, you're not. You just killed your triple printing machine.
Look, it's fine. Look at the double golden Peggy soul.
Levels? Okay, you can have your Mega Greed card back. It's fine. You can keep it. It's okay. I apologize. This is turn 9. You're so big for turn 9.
Yeah.
Isn't this just absolutely fine? Take this, you buy the
It's still
triple.
going.
Yeah, you're still going.
Oh.
Everything's fine. Fell Stomper, really good. Yeah, you can end on Scally now with the Fell Stomper.
I love catching some wings.
Pump the Pirate, good like plus 18 health or so. Yeah, really good.
Cheeky roll. Wow.
Oh, cheeky Boogie Monster buff as well. From the Fell Stomper coming
Oh
down.
yeah, 6, right? Yeah. I didn't even think about that. I kind of forgot we were still at 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not close.
That's looked quite good, right?
You could definitely afford to greed it. I'm just
Look
saying.
So I was like, look, there could have been 2 Rivendests on the board here.
There could have been.
Oh,
No, I respect
my.
it because like if I kept the Rivendares, I probably wouldn't have leveled to 6. And honestly, I feel like that is one of my big problems. Is when I do get like hyper economy builds, I don't recognize that like okay, well leveling to 6 costs 10, but I do have 18 gold this turn, so that's probably just fine. So I think leveling to 6 and then balancing the greed by getting out of the Rivendares is fine, right? Like you used your triple printing machine for a win condition, and you found a win condition. Double Golden Peggy is a win condition by any stretch of the imagination.
One thing I didn't think we were going to see today was the base skill on turn 10 with a mini Myrmidon as the only card in hand. That was not on the on my bingo card at least. I'm gonna go back to Lee now. Belcher.
That's a Belchin.
Belcher. I've also seen a lot more Elise than I thought I was going to see.
Elise is really good. Yeah, Elise is a really, really, really
I think
good
I just
card.
underrated it, honestly.
Mhm.
Warlock's going out of Satellite right now.
So we are really playing Dodge the Reno right now. It's one of those situations where health total does really not indicate the relative strength of the people in the lobby. Slightly convoluted request, but could you show us who Oh, perfect. Lorinda, synergy is there as always, before I'd even finished speaking. Oliek has not dodged the Reno.
The one positive, the one shining sliver of light in the darkness, is that no one can die, right?
Well,
sorry, no one. Oliek can't die. Oliek can't die.
Can't.
Yeah, Oliek can't die. I meant not no one. Oliek. I was trying to look at everyone's boards. So that is something. So if he's going to have let's just pretend there's a world where this is his bad fight, right? Now's the time.
I mean, he does have a decent Venom scam in this. Okay, if it happens in that order, less good, because he wanted the Baron to go first, right? And then get double value off the other base skill. But still, just would not have been close, let's be honest.
So many stats.
Oh, 5+4, that's
gone.
9. Oh, WTY Bill taking a smacking.
Yeah, rough one there. Getting first out, especially with everyone else just hanging on for just that whole extra turn. And again, Sol, I think we already went past this. We've already done this one, but turn 11 and only one person dead.
Yeah, for sure. I think that is one of the #1 things. Like, if you were to, if you were a good player and you start on a new account and climb from 0 MMR, one thing you notice very steeply as you start to climb up the MMR rankings is how much better good players are at just surviving, just finding a way to live one more turn.
Because I think in the lower lower end of the MMR, people are just doing their thing, right? It's like, it's not how do I survive, what can my opponent have, they're just doing their thing. But it looks like it's time for a Barov's blessing, Soren versus Mega Alex JP, and both hands. I'll tell you now, Lorinda's done this on purpose.
Okay.
Why is there a Wind Fury Battlemaster with a 59,592 on the board?
Second Battlemaster with 223. Okay. Felbat for some extra attack juice. But then we've got 1 Leroy, 1 poison, 2 poisons, 3 poisons, 4 poisons, 5 poisons, a Leroy, and 2 fish that will each get a Leroy inside it. Have I sold you?
Just typing it out now, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's also just like, I was looking at what the blaster does, right? But it just doesn't do it.
Not enough? Yeah.
Look at the size of this Battlemaster. I respect it. It's a casual 1,000 health.
Soren doesn't yet look miserable, so I'm wondering if I am missing something here. But I don't think I possibly can be. No.
Oh my.
It's over.
Yeah. Looking too bad at all. As Mega Alex dispatches as Soren out of the game, and that's going to be... Oh, Lee's gone as well.
Lee's gone as
Out of
well.
there. Oh, and Tesora.
Yanase still hanging around on 1 HP. 1 HP is all you need.
Oh, so that was 3 players out in 5th, 6th, 7th. 4. Because Oliek went as well. This game 3 might get very close, Sottle. I think it might all come down to this game 3.
Who did I bandwagon this game? Oh, Oliek. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, not bad. We tied, right? You got Tesura? Yeah, we tied on bandwagon this game.
In my eyes, Tesora's 1 tier above. So,
Okay.
I believe that's extra points.
Fine. I don't... Yeah, if I'd have waited... I don't know when... Nah, Reno Hero Power probably didn't happen before turn 4, right? But if I saw a Reno Hero Power Radio Star, just pure force of will, I would have been in
I was tempted to Reno, because I picked Reno in the previous one just for high roll potential, but I thought, you know what? Scabs is a bit of a, bit of a strong pick, I thought. And obviously, Tesora did okay, but I don't think anything crazy came out of Scabs, unfortunately. I definitely did pick purely based on hero.
Yeah, big natural buff to N'Zoth, by the way, that we haven't really talked about. Upbeat Duo is just in every single lobby of Battlegrounds, so if you find it, you can just get yourself a second fish, absolutely no problem. And you can see, just from that, straight up, one Leroy, and now Mega Alex just has the ability to trade 1-for-1 with any 3 minions as an absolute bare minimum. So N'Zoth, really, really good in a beast lobby, of course. That's the one that I think everyone will be super aware of. But actually, N'Zoth Murlocs, because of your Venom Scam potential, is actually very, very strong as well.
Yeah, turns out the duo had never heard the give a man a fish versus teach a man a fish. It does in fact just give you a fish.
Yeah. If you give a man an infinite fish printing machine, then that's just the best of all worlds.
Worried how machine heavy we're going in Hearthstone right now. Seems to be a lot of printing machines going on.
And Yanase just got deleted. There are 3 Leroys.
Wow.
Oh no, the first fish died before
it's fine.
the
It's okay.
Leroy.
It's a draw. Yeah.
There was not a Leroy in the first fish because of the attack order. Didn't attack the Leroy early enough in the fight, so he actually gets away with it.
Yeah. And to be
Yanase
fair,
gets to live one more fight.
To be fair to Mega Alex, like, unlikely, right? There was just 2 taunts. But now I think that was that was Mega Alex getting the ghost. This is so good because now we're just seeing like Venomous Scam. Yet another comp that we've not really seen too much of.
Yes, and I would like our dear observer Lorinda to take note of this because we've had some practice sessions between the 3 of us. I say practice sessions. It's mostly been subtle shouts at the other 2 about how to play Battleground sessions, let's be honest. But Lorinda has said on several occasions that he feels like with the Poison to Venomous change that there isn't really a way to fight back against big stats anymore. We're kind of seeing 2 players fight back against big stats with Venom Scams, right? So I just feel like that needs to be pointed out to our dear observer, who can't fight back and can't talk and is much more likable when that's the case.
But, as the good person I am, I will leap to the defense. One is N'Zoth, which definitely helps when Leroy's a card.
Yeah, that does help.
So, with 2 fish. Yeah, it's just cool seeing all the different effects and how the players are approaching these matchups, because it does feel like nothing's standard, at least for now.
Yeah. Well, we shall see. I mean, Yanase might still find a way out of this with the win, but I think he's going to have to bring a little bit of tech into Proceedings. Doesn't have the Cleave Pirate right now, as far as I remember, which I think is a big, big deal. But yeah, you can see some of the tech now starting to come out, right? Base skills and Tunnel Blasters starting to come out to play to start to absorb some of these little scammy builds that are coming out on the other side.
Yep, there's one Venomous for a Venomous trade. Rocking the Divine Shields already. And taking one out, not bad.
Oh, bad trade on the
Huge.
Venom.
That's just good enough for Reno, right?
Good enough for Reno, yep. Reno once again living. But this is
Yanase
now the
hanging on.
much tougher fight that Yanase on Reno has to go back to, I think. I think Mega Alex is a much bigger problem for him to solve.
Can't you get Ghost?
Recruits for you.
Oh, is it his ghost fight? It is his ghost fight. Right. It's these 2 against each other now.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. Which is rough for Mega Alex, because I think he's a little weaker against this from Satellite than he actually is against the strongest person in the lobby right now.
There are
So
the
you might-
Leroys for the Divine Shields, though.
True. Yeah, no, that is true.
Which helps which can help. It doesn't necessarily will help, but it can help.
But yeah, base skills are going to end up being crucial in these late game battles because of the way Venomous works. Base skill being able to pop Venomous from your opponent and then pull something out from your hand, which then, potentially has free reign against something that doesn't have Venomous on the other side, can be a huge, huge deal. Stealth on one fish, Divine Shield on the other. I love it. Love to see that. Also, you'll see here using a little bit of the Critter Wrangler. If you want to just go back for a second, Lorinda. The Critter Wrangler there is on the board. I think just trying to pump the stats on the minions a little bit so that he can play around like Baron Blaster, for example, just being able to nuke relatively small minions. Just trying to get a little bit of permanent stats on his minions to play around some of those tech cards. Good smart
Already
stuff.
doing a good job of the zap, right? The anti-zap, anyway.
Yep, for sure.
Let's see if you can stay on top.
It's going to be a spicy one, though. I'm not 100% sure who I like in this.
Yeah, it's going to be real, real close.
Just headbutt each other.
Oh,
Cool.
Reborn on one of the Mantids, but not on the other side, though. That could end up being a real deal breaker. Divine Shield
Leroy
hits
dies.
a Leroy as well. I think it's already too much, right?
Yeah. Looking very good. These two fish are pretty beefed up right now.
Yep, there's at least 3 more Leroys to go off, so there's no possible way for the Shutterwalk to win. It's just a matter of trying to tie, and that cannot happen either.
Yeah.
Is the N'Zoth on 6? Yes, they are,
Yeah.
so that is going to be 12 damage, and we are going to have the ultimate Scam versus Stats showdown. It is a tale as old as time as far as Battlegrounds goes.
And also as well, yes, Yannisei popped off with the double Peggy play earlier, and I know this is a game that will live forever in Sottel's memory just for how crazy that was earlier on with the Peggies. But Yannisei's, I would say, still done a good job to hang on, because any slip up, and he could have been out turns and turns ago, right?
Yep. I mean, I would still have a golden radio star on my board. This soul splitter
Right now.
would be in play as well, giving the radio star reborn. I'd have golden baron. I'd be having such a good time, and also be dead.
And also have got no points.
Yes.
And arguably as well, even doing a turn later would have been a problem for Yannisei, right? Obviously based on their health. They could have easily been knocked out.
Yeah, I like, honestly, I think they would have survived being greedier for a couple of more turns for sure. But at the same time, so the best way to present this argument, right? Yannisei does not appear to have needed to have been greedier, right? So why take the risk of being greedy? He's here, he's in top 2, he has all the stuff that he could possibly need. So why bother being greedier and take the risk of dying at that point? I think in this results-oriented world of this game, he would have survived being a little bit greedier, but why bother?
Look at this board.
Let's see if you can stay on top.
Well, here we go.
Cleave. Mega Alex needs this cleave to stay left. It does not. That is a fish down.
Oh, they did hit the big one again. Oh, there's just too much.
Too much, yep.
Yeah, it's too many actual just minions.
Pirates
They're doing their
gonna
best.
Get there. There's still a Mantid Queen to come out. Oh no! Oh, the
Got the
base
Begurgle.
The Begurgle. The Mantid had already come out. I thought the Mantid was still able to come, and 14 damage is going to get there. Yannisei, I think a little bit fortunate to take that one at the end. There was the fight, two fights previous, right, or 3 fights previous. The last time that fight happened, where attack order went in such a specific way that the Leroy didn't die until the fish in like 4th position then attacked, and then that fish did not have a Leroy in it. If that had gone any other way, Yannisei would have been straight up dead at that point before he had any chance to react to the situation. What I will say though, Yannisei did an incredibly good job from that point onwards as to going, okay, I need more than stats now. I need to start playing my own like base skills, Tunnel Blaster kind of tech stuff to go alongside this to make sure that I can out poison scam the scammers on the other side. So really, really well played game from Yannisei. He's a player that I featured very heavily in a Lobby Legends graded video last year. So he's a player that I got to watch very up close and really studied a lot of stuff he was doing. Really, really good player that makes some wild decisions. But when you really dig into it, you can start to understand what's going on at a very high level. Really, really strong player.
And it certainly paid off that game with him taking the victory and the 7 points. We'll give you an update on what the lobby looks like in terms of points shortly. But while we get the players ready for the next game, we'll be right back after the break. Welcome back, everyone. We are getting ready for our last game of the day, and also, very importantly, the last game of this group to see who is going to make it to tomorrow's final top 8. We're going to take a look at the standings and see where everyone sits after game 2. But if I did the quick mental gymnastics to add up, this is going to be very, very close, Sol, because look at that sort of middle pack of Oliek, Soren, Yannisei, and Tesora.
Yeah, really close on the bubble, right? Like Mega Alex and Satellite looking good, but no one really locked in. Unfortunately, I think Bill is probably locked out from this position, which is bad for Bill, bad for me, because he is in my fantasy picks as well. But I did have Tesura and Satellite, who are both kind of crushing it right now. So overall,
Yeah, don't worry, I had Oliek and Lee.
Okay, still think I'm doing okay in proceedings here, but yeah, much more importantly, that whole middle pack of Tesura down to Lee still has everything to play for in this final lobby, I'd say.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on the line to the extent where, again, obviously, if you just take your eyes away from Mega Alex and Satellite, pretty much the placements, or at least very close to the placements that we get in this lobby, are going to be very, very close to what it looks like. And again, just a reminder, if you join us late, the top 4 after this third game in this group are going to join the top 4 we've already had from the first lobby of the day of 8 different players to make it through to tomorrow to play in that final lobby, which is going to be super spicy because we add basically an extra rule set on, which we'll go over a bit more in detail tomorrow.
Yeah, and as you were talking, I stared at that in silence for quite a long time, and I think technically possible 1 in a million that Bill can still make it. If he gets specifically first and then the perfect exact order of everyone else finishing where he needs to, he would then have better tiebreakers by merit of finishing first in this lobby that he has to, and would actually make it. I think, not an admin, don't take anything I say seriously. But yeah, 1 in a million shot for Bill I think is still available, but realistically, Bill does seem kind of cooked at this point.
Yeah, always a tough one, but again, it is just the way the format works, right? These players have 3 games to do their best and bank as many points as possible, and we see players, manage to do that in different ways. I think this lobby, as you kind of mentioned, feels different because a good chunk of the players have just been doing okay, whereas in the previous lobby, the previous 8 we had earlier today, we saw a much sort of spikier finishes, right? So we saw like Masori struggle a little bit and be more at the bottom, and we saw some of the players really excel, like Beta Babbitt earlier on. But for now, it's the final game of not only this lobby, but of today's stream. We're of course back tomorrow, the final top 8. For now, Sol, take us through some of these hero choices.
So Dragon's Mech, Murlocs, Naga, Quillboard, no real mega powerhouses, I would say, overall. So actually, weirdly, big chance for an ETC puzzle box victory here, because
Are you just trying to bait me?
ETC is a hero that can invent a win condition with cards that don't exist, right, in terms of the buddy stuff that's available. So in a lobby where there's no straight up powerhouse to shoot for, ETC is a very, very good shout overall. But, for example, Shutterwalk really wants Beast to be available so they can start doing broken Rylac things. They do sometimes play nicely with dragons if they can get to that point, but a lot of other heroes kind of want a specific minion type to be in, whereas ETC can just kind of go hard and just pick broken cards from the hero power and try and piece something together. So might be a decent ETC shout here, especially on Yannisei, who knows how to make a win condition happen. I'm just saying. You know what? I'm in. Let's do this.
Oh, see, now it's wrong for me to join you on this. Okay. Who do I have faith in? See some little bits of damage getting just poked through, as we often do in the early parts of the game.
Yep.
ETC, of course, going for the level. Nearly everyone so far actually going for the level that we've seen.
Bill, I'm assuming still no premium battle cry offered on turn 2. I suppose, yeah, with how it stands, really only the Naga. I guess because he took the 1-4 on turn 1, he would buy Rockpool, potentially, on turn 2, and then just hero power it, get the double. Oh, no, he didn't. He bought a Naga. Okay, my bad. I thought he bought the 1-4 instead. My mistake. So yeah, no real choice here, I would imagine, except leveling for 2. Starting to look for some good stuff.
Yeah, nothing. Even the hero choice is just not really super impactful outside of maybe the ETC. I do like Rafarm maybe more than I should, but I've loved Rafarm since the first time I played Rafarm.
Yeah.
It's just a character that gels with me really well for some reason.
Yeah, and it's just like it's an. Oh, this is what. Okay, so it was Yanase that bought the 1-4. Got it right. I was gonna say it's an awkward lobby. Like as I keep talking about the minion types, that really rules out so many heroes that you kind of be used to seeing win lobbies, right? Like, there was a Bran turned down. Like, Bran can absolutely run away with a lobby if they have the right minion types to play with, but this kind of isn't that. Because, again, Rylak is not available. Like, it's just such a weird mishmash of just kind of the mid-tier minion types that no one's really clear on what to go for.
Oh, I'm so close to changing my pick now. WTY Bill, I think, just picked up 2 smugglers, as should have watched. Maybe the pair plus
smugglers?
Yeah, and it's only a pair, but you know, a couple of dragons away from a good time.
Okay. I like it. I like it.
I think you can win this thing.
We can still pick during turn 4, right? You can repick during
You have until
turn
the
4?
end of turn 4, yes.
Yes. Okay, okay. Nice amount of damage thrown out there as Lee, of course, taking the greedier approach with Gale Wing.
The battle is really raging out there.
Ooh, very mediocre turn 3 shop. Lee not looking too rosy.
What would Lee have preferred here? Like, what are your highlight, Tavern Tier 3s? In this lobby?
What are you looking at? Like, Deflectos are good. Pashmar's good just because it's a Yeti, right? You just buy a 4-5 and you're just strong because you have a 4-5. Sure. It's pretty powerful. There's a couple of things, but again, slightly strange lobby overall.
Yeah. There is already a mech in the shop, though. There's a 2-drop mech.
Yep.
Which is maybe something to consider, since Lee will want some kind of stat presence, right? Because he can't just keep getting hit.
No, absolutely. Gale Wing does not start with enough health to keep losing fights like this.
Sol, can you translate the buddies?
Yes, so that is Illidan Buddy. So first minion that attacks is immune for 1 attack, and then Edwin Buddy, which is every time you buy a minion, gain +1/+1. Is it sell a minion? Okay, +1/+1 now.
It might be buy now. I knew it was buy or sell, but now I'm questioning myself, so whatever. You get +1/+1 when you do a thing. There you go.
Last call for the day for any switches on that bandwagon picks.
I'm sticking.
When these fights are over, you are locked in for the game and locked in for the day.
Yep. Yeah, I've stuck to my guns. I've decided not to switch it up because I'm picking up what Soren's putting down here with the Rafarm. I'm going with my gut here. As we can see, Soren now, a couple of pairs good to go. Pretty decent board for bullying other players in the early game, which Rafarm is often good at, right?
Yeah.
Just getting those digs in early. And now, a couple of nice Naga to pick up as well, if Soren so chooses.
Yeah, the regular curve here says level hero power, but Lava Lurker is definitely worth considering. I think probably overpicked ever so slightly. Does go into the Patient Scout, though. There are still ways to play this turn and still make it a level hero power turn, but with no economy coming off the Patient Scout, that does seem a little bit less likely.
That's another pair.
It is another pair.
Well.
Pair of a taunt minion as well, which is always worth considering with Rafarm, because obviously the thing that you kill first in combat is more likely to be a taunt minion than anything else.
It's gonna go
just
for
making
the
it happen.
So.
Yep, sure.
It's reason. I think he's far enough ahead, right, on board in terms of board power to do that anyway. So yeah, that's fine.
Well, you say that. Have you seen this 5-12?
I did say that.
Let's see.
I mean, yeah, okay, it's a pretty big pig.
Where this Divine Shield attack goes is going to be huge. Okay, didn't hit the 1-3. Big deal. We have enough to tidy up here. Looks like the Kurtrus is fine. That's the bad attack, and I think it's still okay. No! Scammed at the end.
Okay. Feeling confident about my Rafarm pick.
Two very, very bad attacks in a row there at the end.
Oh, was that a Gale Wing? Wait, who's Gale Wing? Oh, was that Lee with a pair of the bots?
Yes, pair of the scaling bots. Clearly picked up a second one on the other turn.
What's it called? Lullbot?
Sounds right.
Yeah, I think so.
Can we get an ETC update, please?
I thought you were going to say, can we get an Omega bot?
It's a funny looking ETC.
There we go.
Ooh, little bit ugly. So
A
level
lot of
2.
tempo-based ones again, right?
Yeah, so I think the first 2 picks are fine. Like if you're on Tavern 2, it's everything you get is a little bit wishy-washy. But last turn, I imagine, would have been level to 3 and hero power, and he's ended up with a non-Tavern 3 buddy on that turn with
Right.
the Death Rattle, which is a little bit awkward, I would say, overall. Okay, Maxwell, very good. Maxwell, of course, adds your buddy to your hand, which is make a buddy golden. So you can just pick one of these minions now to make golden for free, and also +1 gold. Very nice.
Because is this always worth doing now? Because I feel like this is something you could hold on to for a while if you were Yanase.
It is, but ETC, like, there's no finite number of win conditions with ETC, right? It's not like if you use your Make a Buddy Golden, you're like, well, that was my one chance
Never
to do
again.
something awesome this
Yeah.
game. You know, like, you will continue to have those opportunities on several turns from now as you press your hero power.
And again, this being the final game, Yanase is not safe. So, again, probably going for the whole let's just bag a few points and feel safe, right? Because Yanase is currently on 4th on 8 points.
And as soon as the Reform sees this board, he's going to be screaming, go right, go right! It does not go right, okay. He wants the Maxwell there so he can get Reform Buddy into his hand on the next turn. He could just play Reform from the Buddy meta, which would have been incredible for him. You can see immune on the first 2 attacks. With the Illidan Golden Buddy. Basically cleared up the majority of the stats on the Reform's board straight away.
Oh! Okay. Took a little bit of extra damage there, not hitting the 6-1.
Yeah, big damage.
No armor now.
I would be angry for about 36 hours that I didn't get that Maxwell, I think.
It's gonna go straight into the triple, though. Huh.
Drakari? I mean, you do have the mech that you just tripled. That is technically an end of turn effect.
Yep. Yeah, I mean... Oh, okay. It was between those two, right?
Yeah, fine.
But it was a tough one. I guess there's the pub bot as well. There's something, right? There's something going on.
Very mediocre picks that have a future if you find the right things, right?
Yes.
But this one is a lot better tempo now, so probably it does end up being the better decision.
Take a look at Mega Alex. Nothing too much going on. Does have duo though. Things can always happen with duo.
Yeah, 2 turns from now will probably make that a Smuggler triple, unless anything changes rapidly in the near future. But has just spent the game up until now buffing a mistake, it looks like, and just getting all of those massive health benefits.
And I know it's early to say, but is there even a chance for like a 10 gold level that next turn? So then the duo then triples into 6 and just, goes for it from there.
Very possibly, yeah.
Mega Alex is currently tied leader with Satellite, 11 points each.
Yeah, still 38 to play with. It really depends on the outcome of the next fight or two, right? But as long as you stay above 31, that's when you have 31 or more, that's when you feel really, really secure about doing greedy plays, because at that point you can get hit for 15 not once but twice and still be alive from that point.
See some pigs on the board, I'm happy. What a mixed bag. Both players are like, yeah, I've got some stuff. You got stuff? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, this feels like the sketchiest lobby we've watched today, right?
Yeah.
Everyone really just kind of scrambling for something to do and not really hitting super hard. And I did call that out at the start of the game. It's just that awkward mix of minion types where nothing really just screams at you.
And to an extent, like, you're not going to write home about any of these heroes, are you, outside of ETC?
ETC starting to take over.
Yo! Oh, Sol, I'm going to be honest. You've got to... Maxwell again. got to tell me what the one on the right does. I'm being completely honest. I don't know.
Every time it buffs the shop every time you buy a minion for the
Okay,
duration of the turn.
Yeah, ETC's existence has made my prep for this tournament about
Yes.
8,000 times harder.
That is Kurtrus's buddy.
But is he a boogie buddy?
I'm gonna lie, Boogie Monsters are kind of poppin', honestly. Never really looked at it in great detail.
Oh, the artwork?
Yeah. Big fan,
And
actually.
The funny thing is, you know what song it's singing.
The same one as Dancing Daryl singing?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Duo in the shop. Always going to take a little look-see at.
22
But
health
again,
to play with. Triple
it's a
Printer
pickup.
online as well to an extent with General Drakasaf, right? You can see we've already got one of those going with the Smolder Wings, I believe they're called. If that's right, I'm so proud of myself. I don't know how I know that, if I know that.
Because the
I-
wings
well, I
give them the smolder look.
I suppose I have looked at hands full of 10 of them very regularly
Yes.
while playing this game. So
You've probably seen more of them in one game than I've seen in my lifetime.
Run!
Don't tell the others. I'm rooting for you.
Unfortunately, just because of like the cadence that actually doesn't speed up his triple printing machine at all at this point, it's still 2 turns away of getting there. I suppose it would be 3 turns away without it, I guess. Small victories.
Enough to hold on here easily for the WTY build.
Oh, here you go, actually. When you asked earlier if there was any like major comp we hadn't seen,
Naga.
Zesty Crooner. Yeah, we hadn't really seen it going. Not a particularly powerful build overall, but it is certainly something if you do hit, it can win a lobby if you're able to hit early enough and execute it.
And like we've said, because the format of this tournament, if you do hit, kind of like Oliek is kind of hitting with all of these here,
Yeah, for sure.
It could get you top 4, top 3, top 2, right? Even if it doesn't strictly wings, I do feel you often are very weak to some Venomous or Leroy shenanigans, because you're often not making tons of big minions. But it could be enough, again, just to give you a bit of an update. Oliek is currently joint 6th, 5th, but 6 points, and then the people above him are 8, 9.5, and 11, so very catchable if Oliek can secure like a top 4, top 3 maybe.
Yeah, for sure. Very
Let's go.
mediocre. Again, it's another one of those things where, like, even when doing this, you'd love to be in a lobby with beasts or undead in it, right? Because then Blanchy's available, and these triples can go fishing for Blanchy, and then you're dumping deep blues onto a Blanchy as well as a lava lurker, and you're getting more equity out of your stats.
Oh, here we go, Sol.
Yo, Golden Drakasaf!
You're moving
Okay. All right, Witty Bill, print me some triples. This is what we want to see.
Even if WTY Bill does not make it through, he's going out with a bang.
He's going out with a bang, but he missed the Caligos. You can absolutely guarantee he is shooting for the skies on this Caligos, and he's not seeing it.
He does get the Murkai.
Does get the Murkai, yeah. And honestly, there's so many stats being
Oh!
dumped this turn, he might just be
Oh!
big enough.
The Foe Reaper with these.
He's going to be big enough to take on this ETC, I think. And as long as he wins this fight against ETC, he is mega printing triples again next turn.
Yeah, this Foe Reaper's gonna slap.
Yes, it is. I mean, we haven't seen ETC in a while, so all manner of broken things could have happened here. But I would imagine Bill is bigger. Bill is bigger.
Yes. Oh, the immune attack, though, is a big deal, isn't it?
It is. Wait, is Bill bigger?
Well, that's what I'm saying. The immune attack is a really big deal here.
Wait, okay, that's... Actually, it's a very mid-cleave, because it only took small minions, even though it did take all 3. Bill is smaller! They tied! Okay!
Oh, okay.
Alright, has to be Caligos. So many shots at it this turn. Magma Lock potential now as well. But again, no elementals are in, so you can't give this Magma Lock Divine Shield with Element of Surprise. It's such an annoying lobby, I can't emphasize that enough. Okay,
going for the dragon to gain the attack buff.
Yeah, fair enough. Nadina is a thing. It's
Something,
not the
yeah,
thing.
it exists.
It's a thing.
Oh
my
my
God. Hero
on,
power still available.
Again!
Keep printing. It's fine. You just keep printing more money. You never crash the economy. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Hey! Okay, Caligoose online. And 22 feels okay, right? I was going to say...
is mega
okay.
chilling in this position.
I was going to say, he probably is getting out the duo, even though you could argue that duo obviously helps, but I think the time it takes is you just get out, right?
I think so, yeah. You've got 2 Caligos, you already have, 100 attack minions, and you have an Adina, so you're huge for plenty of time at this point. To be clear, wait, you have 2 Caligos because you have a Caligos and a Bran, in case no one understands what I'm talking about right now.
Like, it's all just lied to us, though.
It's just factually incorrect. Yeah.
Okay, nothing... This is kind of the expected outcome. Obviously, Oliek, that there are games where you stack way earlier than this if you go straight into the buff, of course. But it's probably big enough, especially with the Leroy support here, to at least survive. And again, that's a golden base skill. I have no clue what's in the tank for Sorin. Okay. Weird.
Stop mousing over your stuff. I can't see the numbers.
Oh.
Okay, Lee got murdered. Lee is victim number 1 of the Caligos scaling.
Okay, Oliek survives.
Yeah, Oliek makes it.
Puts Sorin in a bit of a danger zone now on 12.
Yanase still big chilling on 30 with the ETC.
What? It's a golden duo with Caligos and Bran?
All procking this turn as well, but 1 HP.
Yep.
And you're
you do it
fighting
though, right?
the much bigger Caligos player this turn. Mega Alex is mega dead this turn. I don't think there is any way out of this.
Alex obviously, well, probably does not know this, but I think he'll be very much hoping for if he dies, he wants as many other people to join him as possible.
I mean, Raven. You mouse over Shudderwock, they're on 6, reading dragons with like 12 triples next to their names.
I guess so, yeah. I guess.
Know how dead you are. I don't think there's anything you can do though, right? This duo still just has to go next to Caligos Bran and you pray. No! Okay!
I mean, I respect it, actually.
Yeah, fair enough. Like, at this point, you're just praying they haven't taken a Nadina, right? Like, of their 16 triples, every time they saw a Nadina, it was offered alongside a Caligos, so they just took the Caligos instead, and then maybe a Poison Scam can get there kind of thing. Yeah, fair enough.
Oh, Oliek gets the ghost? That's nice, because time is your friend with Naga, right? Every single turn you get to stack more is significant.
Absolutely, yeah. In this last 28 seconds, can we get an ETC update, please? And then, yeah, absolutely do want to watch this fight. See Mega Alex get murdered. Yeah, not a lot going on different from when we last dropped in. Okay, fair enough.
Just slightly bigger. But also, again, it's important to remember the double immune attack is actually a big deal.
I see. Yeah, and with the golden Kurtrus buddy, every magnetic they buy to dump onto the Deflecto bot is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger because of the shot buffs. Okay, decent plan.
Good battle, friend.
Surprise!
Hello.
Wait, the Nadina's not on the board, by the way.
Yeah,
Still
but
no
there's still a
hope.
cleave with Reborn.
Yeah.
And that Caligo's just got absolutely slapped off the game.
Yep, and the Venomous has ended up doing very little in the end. Yeah, I mean, kind of
much.
close in the end. Kind of close, but yeah.
This
makes it huge.
this will be impactful though, because at the moment Mega Alex JP is currently joint top with 11 points. He's going to go out now, so this is a 1-point gain. But is anyone else going to join him?
Okay, Yanase has actually fallen behind on tempo for the first time now this game. Takes a little damage from real Kurtrus as he's over there playing fake buddy meta Kurtrus. Really good value trade actually in the end. Very nice being able to clean up the 1-1 first. Oh, like zero attack came out of his thing. That's unlucky.
Not dead though. Another
Not dead.
turn to live for Soren. Wait, who did you pick?
For Bandwagon,
Yeah.
Yanase.
Oh.
Well, I was just talking about how there was no real win condition in this lobby apart from ETC. and
Yeah, so
yeah,
just go.
fine.
Yeah,
I'm in.
just go.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Like Tesura going for some kind of obviously buffing the Bream. Also, maybe digging for some of those poisons as well.
Yeah.
I was gonna say it's probably worth taunting the scrap now, right? It's just a lot of stats to give Divine Shield to. Oh,
Just a big minion, yeah. Exactly. It's kind of
Barov's blessing time.
final Barrel's blessing of the day, and an incredibly difficult one. There is a ton of concealed information in this fight. Coral Murgler will be X in stats at the start of the fight. Base skill will summon some XXs. Yep, we're doing good.
I'm gonna believe in my pick for Bandwagon. I've already locked it in.
Yeah, the Coral just kind of looks bigger to me. Not sure.
There's a Leroy in the
Sure what's
tank as
going
well.
Yeah, Leroy in the tank, sure.
Stay on top.
See how it goes.
Oh! There's now a Venomous in the tank.
Yeah, that's huge actually, because he does have the summons for it, right? He will
Yeah,
summon
it gets
3 in
three.
total.
Yeah. It's actually just such a big deal. A lot of extra stats, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Still the 12 one to get an attack off as well. Gonna headbutt and trade. Nice. Ooh. It's enough.
Yep, plenty still left in the tank for Soren.
Hey, good amount of damage pushed as well. With Coral living. 16. Take some of that, Gertrude. Oh, ETC with the secret. I imagine that's an ice block.
It has to be an ice block. It's not activating in
It's
combat.
not gone off yet. Right,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, you love to see the ice block if you're a Yanase bandwagoner.
Well, I'm an ETC
Gee,
bandwagoner,
all right, calm
so...
down. Whoa, calm down, friends. Come on. Whatever that was had Reborn and like 7 menaces and the Brukarn hero power on it. Like, what? How? Why does it have Reborn?
Just brought the whole crew.
It's never coming back.
Tough battle. Pick yourself
Oh,
back
Olliet
up.
going to be knocked out next. Unfortunately for me again.
Why is that? Fantasy team? Or...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Olliet on 6 points as well, so I think that's only, what, 8? I think that guarantees Olliet doesn't make the cut, right? Because Yanase is at 8 as well, but Yanase is already ahead. So
Okay.
more than 8. And Soren's still in, who was also on 6 with Olliet. So yeah, I think so. But we'll see. We'll get through all the results later on, of course. I'm just running through it in my brain.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
this has
wow.
happened. Yeah.
Numbers.
Not
This
actually
is
as
always-
impressive as it could be. Looking at the health numbers, of course, because there's been so many Smolder Wings happening that the attack is kind of fake, just in terms of how much has happened. Not as impressive as it could be, honestly. Still only single Kaligos with the brand.
So I like going for more tokens again. It's always tricky in this situation as well, because on one hand, this Foe Reaper's doing a ton of work, of course.
Yeah.
But on the other, could be bigger.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It
It could have hundreds of attack.
Right. It could just be any dragon and be a 60-60 by now,
Yeah.
right? Based on what we're seeing from everything else.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
Cleave is very powerful.
It really is, especially when you're facing down some Divine Shields. Good timing for the Nadine Supra.
Yeah, I'm not sure these Divine Shields are going to get an awful lot of work done, considering everything that you kill summons 12 1/1s against this board. But...
First hit was nice, though. It didn't peel a shield yet.
Yeah, true.
Maybe the the foe you can summon a few. Oh yeah, there you go. See.
Okay.
Solid.
Yep. Cleaning them up.
Look at all these cards. Oh, and it looks like ETC beats out Soren.
Couldn't be my bandwagon pick killing your bandwagon pick, could it, Raven?
But if ETC wins, Sol.
Do you know how many points I get if ETC wins? Bandwagon turn 1 choice? I'm totally fine with that.
I was not informed about how these points work, and I feel like I'm being cheated out of things here. It's like, yeah, Sol, I actually get 1 million points if this comes true. It's like, what? I'm on like 12.
Look out there. Keep up the pressure.
The one game I didn't pick ETC as well.
I think more importantly over our petty squabbles, I believe Yanase went into this game on 8 points, Soren went into this game on 6 points. So specifically Yanase smacking Soren has done an awful lot of work for Yanase's security. Like, Soren can just no longer make it, right, at this point.
Also as well, Soren and Oliek were on 6, and they're both below Yanase, right? So that's an extra stepping stone there
and
for
the
Yanase.
other feasibly catchable person for Soren is Tessera, who is also still alive in this game, so absolutely will not be overtaking Tessera. By the way, good job still being in this game with this board from Tessera. Really, really good work. Like, this board does not look like it should be alive, but clearly Tessera's been scrambling and making stuff happen here.
Yeah, and I think this, again, might be just a really good nod to the position Tessera's in, because Tessera won the first game, kind of only got 2.5 points in the second game, so again, being on 9.5 points, Tessera's like, I just need to just grab some points, right? And it's likely that they get through. So, I completely agree. I think they've done a great job. And remember, it was only not long ago that Tessera got hit for like 15, right?
Yeah.
So it was actually very healthy for the majority of this game.
I think we are saying... No, we're saying goodbye to Yanase's Ice Block this turn, right? Because if this is the fight over here, that means Murder Bill is murdering Yanase right now. But I believe Yanase's Ice Block is still intact, so may just be able to survive this fight.
This base, okay, did not miss. Don't know if it's going to matter based on the sheer volume of things that are hitting Tesoro right now, but still. Yep. Getting the job done, but that is the ice block as mentioned, so ETC lives to the end of the day.
Alright, let's have a final hurrah with the ETC, if you don't mind, Lorinda. Let him cook for one more turn.
And we are going to see this end for Tesoro, but I think Tesoro did a great job, as we said.
Oh, it appears their Discover broke at some point along the road here. Or did they already take the Illidari? I'm not sure if this is already done or not.
Well, they're on 9 gold.
Yeah, they'll have
I'm not sure what's attached to the mech.
Right, they'll have plus gold magnetized onto the mechs, yeah. They just pick this insta... Okay, Lorinda's just saying this is an insta-pick. Okay, fine. Yep, okay. Confirms. Want to find some magnetic if possible. We haven't really looked at the strategy in action, but yeah, you're kind of seeing it here. You buy minions, the shop gets buffed, you hopefully pick up some magnetics to dump onto your mechs, but it just hasn't... It's worked fine up until this point, but you can see kind of running out of steam at this point.
Again, important to remember that they're getting 2 immune attacks, right? Which
Yep.
is why the left is so heavily stacked here for Yanase.
Yep.
It's kind of funny that the Omega Buster definitely can't go left.
Yeah, true. Actually, it can't even go. It can't even go second to just
Yep.
insta reset the deflecto, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Weird position.
You just want it with Taunt. That's what you'd want, right? Like an Annoy module right now.
Yeah.
Ah, we see the order getting messed around with here for Yanase, trying to work out whether they want a Venomous immune, but that doesn't actually change anything, right? The Venomous still goes away, whether they're immune or not.
Yeah, ended up with
Back to
Puffer Quill
Bongo.
on board as well. I don't know how much information Yanase has about Satellite's board, but I don't think Venomous has a really big impact against what Satellite's doing.
Just so you know.
just in case you were curious. When a minion has stealth, it cannot taunt. But yeah, Venomous not going to do anything because it's all resummons and Divine Shields and Cleaves and everything else under the sun. So, not sure Venomous was the direction to go in. But honestly, the reason I said let's have one more turn of ETC is I'm pretty sure there was nothing the ETC could do to be getting out of this fight at this point. So, Yanase, who has provided us with some excellent entertainment throughout the day, gets their moment in the sun as it looks like they are about to get murdered here.
Yep, not looking too good, but again, really good effort there from Yanase. Again, mainly outlasting the people below them was, you know, plan A, right? Survive longer, which means you probably qualify. And I think, again, just at a glance, we will confirm everything after this, but just at a glance, looks like Yanase is a shoo-in for top four.
And back
Oh, we're
to
still going over here.
Yep.
I will say I don't think this is the timeline where WTY Bill actually qualifies with this.
No.
But I'm
no.
impressed nonetheless. This is a good game of Battlegrounds from Bill.
Yeah, you are seeing at the very least why I had so much faith in Bill, why Bill's in my fantasy picks. Like, he's such a good player, finally executing on something. And, like, this isn't even just a game where he mega high-rolled, right? Like, it took him, what, 6 or 7 attempts to find the first Kalikos this game? And now here we are, turn 16, and he's finally found the second
And also,
Kalikos?
was this the game where the early Shudder Walk wasn't that good?
Yeah, no Battlecry. Yeah, no Battlecry.
Yeah, I don't remember like a good early Shudder Walk opening for WTY Bill either, so even more impressive on top of that.
Yep, really well executed. Very, very strong player. And we'll be going out with a win, but I do think it is very literally going out with a win.
Yeah. 773. What a number.
You never finish this turn, actually.
Yeah, wait, there's still just a golden mantid in hand.
Yeah.
Why is that there?
I mean, because you triple like 7 times every turn, and you've just been picking mantids every time you see it.
It's just funny that it's still in hand.
Yeah.
That's the point. It's just like, yeah, I don't need all these. It's fine.
No, you don't.
I think a pretty well executed turn, though.
Does anyone have the power to mouse over Bill's portrait and tell us how many triples he has, please? Because I'm very, very curious about that, if that's at all a possibility.
We can mouse off the Mantid Queen now, though. That's,
Yeah, I think either
I
way.
think that's spec. Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter too much because we could just see all of Brakan's minions dying. So that's all we need to know.
It's the emotional support Mantid Queen. That's what's going on right
Yeah.
now. Yeah.
These little bots are like, we can make it! Yeah, WTY
Yeah.
Bill there. Not looking, weirdly enough, not looking too happy at the victory, and I think that's just because he knows he's not going to qualify through to tomorrow as far as I'm aware. But still, a fantastic game and showing off the skills 100%.
Yeah, very, very well done. But you can see the mixed emotions at best, let's say. Bill, I'm sure, happy to put in a decent performance, but yeah, knows that it's not going to be good enough in the end. But yeah, that's the level of competition we have here. You know, some great players were not going to make it through to the finals. And that's the situation that Bill finds himself in. He is a great player. You can see that through the execution of that final game, but just not enough to get over the line in the end.
The situation we find ourselves in is having finished with the day, with the last game, and while we just prepare the standings and prepare the results and everything for you guys, like what almost perfect day, I would say, Sol, because we saw everything the meta has to offer today, and I thought that was super great. Like, we didn't see, it's beasts every lobby and everyone's going beast. It was just every different strategy that I'm aware of, at least, was pretty much played out on stream today. So I've enjoyed that a lot.
Yeah, and I think this is genuine opinion. This is not paid shill opinion. I do think we're in a pretty good place in terms of balance in the Battlegrounds meta right now. It does feel like your job is just to play what you're given, right? Which is the correct way for Battlegrounds to exist, in my opinion, is you have to be able to react and understand to the possibilities of any given shop that's shown in front of you, make the correct decisions, but essentially just play what you're rolling into or play what you're being served on any given turn. And I think that's where we're at the moment. There's no real indication of force X, force Y. You have to play this every lobby. It really is just a matter of anything can win if you hit the right stuff and if you're able to correctly recognize where your win conditions are in any given spot. And these are the 4 players that have managed to do that the most successfully today. Satellite, Tessera, Yanase, and Mega Alex JP going through in the top 4. Very, very good stuff.
Is there something those players have in common?
There is indeed. Satellite is from Japan. Tessera is from Japan. Yanase is from Japan. And believe it or not, Mega Alex JP is also from Japan. Yeah. We warned you, okay, at the start of the day. You have to give the dues to Japan. You have to give them their flowers. They are absolutely crushing it in Battlegrounds right now.
And look at the lobby we have tomorrow. We have Tomb, Beta Babbit, Shirosa, or Shiro USA, Penguin San, Mega Alex JP, Satellite, Tesora, and Yanase. And again, just domination so far by Japan. I don't think we expected anything less, but a special shout out for me for Tomb. Honestly, a player that I was not too familiar with whatsoever, and I think not only obviously have they qualified to day 2, which is a fantastic achievement, but I think they had some really cool games as well. We saw some great plays, and obviously they won a lobby as well, so I think that was definitely a player to keep an eye on for tomorrow.
Yeah, so 6 out of 8 in the top 8 being from Japan, the 4 we mentioned, plus the 2 from Group A as well. And then Tomb being thrown in there as a debutant as well. No previous Lobby Legends appearances for Tomb, so very, very well done to be mixing it with the Japanese gods this time around. And we'll see if anyone can overthrow, because Japan have been killing it. And as mentioned, not just in Battlegrounds, but in Constructed as well. Picking up a couple of World Championships in Constructed over the last few years as well. Very, very well done.
Oh, come on. Come on. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm just recovering. Yeah, close isn't close enough, though, is it? I never win anything, so.
Does it feel worse? Because I don't actually think you were that far behind in the end, or do you take solace in that?
I think I just came in assuming I was going to lose. Wait, hang on. Do these still carry over to tomorrow? They do, right?
No, we have. Oh
no, this is just today. Sorry, this is just today, isn't it? Yes, sorry,
questions for tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, right. Well, I'm gonna have to prepare a little bit better. One off the draw, which would have been interesting because we've both done a speech to each other with the draw.
Well, it's combined points from this and the Barov's Blessing. There you go.
God.
There's the final score of everything put together. So you actually beat me in Barov's Blessing. You had the one, we tied a bunch. There was one that you got right that I didn't. But yeah, apart from that, a little bit one-sided.
Fantasy team got me. A lot,
yeah, Fantasy team did get you in the end. So there you go.
Yeah, I should have gone with my actual original play, was to just pick all of the Japanese players. That was actually going to be my plan.
Honestly, that would have worked out incredibly well for you.
Look at Salt in this picture, so smug. I'm sick of it. Even in his still image, he's looking smug about this victory. So that's a little bit upsetting for me, but I'll be honest, I expected it. And
427, so if anyone in chat has 427 beat, feel free to @ me on Twitter, and I will block you immediately. There you go. Congratulations.
That's just how it works. Unfortunately, that does mean I have the unfun challenge or forfeit or whatever you want to call it for tomorrow. I'm going to have to write some kind of speech praising Sottle, I guess, with some, there you go, with some Hearthstone references in there. The trick will be is whether I can praise him whilst also getting some digs in there as well. We'll see. See what my writing skills are like. Probably tomorrow morning at this point. So we will be doing that at the start of the show tomorrow as well. So make sure to tune in straight away, because as if this relationship we have isn't already at that stage, there's just one extra block being put on top of it at this point tomorrow. So that's going to be a joy.
Pet the Raven. Pet the Raven. Let's go pet the Raven in chat.
Yeah. It's going to be a rough one, but I'll try and make it entertaining for you guys. So make sure to tune in. If you want to, as you often do, laugh at me. It's going to be great. But what has been great is today's Lobby Legends. Again, another reminder, we are back same time, same place tomorrow to find out who our Spring Champion is going to be. And it's going to be fantastic. If today's anything to measure it by, tomorrow's going to be absolutely fantastic with potentially even more games being played out. So from all of us here, thanks a lot for watching. We hope you had a great time. We'll see you tomorrow.